So we have to decide what we're getting started with. So this is basically the let's take an idea and then everybody adds a detail to it. I think the last two times we basically just decided what's a fun or interesting geographical concept or location and then built off it, because I think the big forest and then the upside down waterfall came pretty much one step, two step.
Well, it started with a vertical river because I
Oh,
said I
was it
didn't
the
like.
river? I couldn't
I
remember if
said
the
I
forest or
didn't
the river
want
came first. Yeah.
generic medieval
Medieval fantasy.
Europe.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've
And
done
I threw out the river as just like an example of something crazy, and then that turned into
a beautiful place.
a civilization in a mega redwood
Yeah.
forest.
So we've got upside down river. We've got city buried in a glacier with with mountain-sized
Windmills.
creatures roaming around, yeah, and weird windmills.
And sometimes swimming around.
Yeah, yeah, just being islands, no problem.
Flying away.
Launching away. Um, is there anything else there will be something else. I'm gonna make us do something else, but is there something that people want to focus on? Like desert, like something in a cavern.
I was gonna say I was kind of feeling desert, but
I'm more than
I'm
happy to pivot to a desert.
I'm game for anything.
Can it be a desert that isn't sand?
We kind of did that with the taiga with the other one.
That's true.
The Arctic.
I meant
like
still
Antarctica.
hot. It could still be a hot
Yeah.
desert.
Oh, you're just saying literally something other than
It could be the
silica
same
sand.
consistency sand. I just don't want to have dune.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to make sense. When I
I
think
was
of
really feeling the sailing ships though,
like ocean or like sand sailors.
like sand sailors.
Yeah, I'm fine if we want to do something that's sand sailors. They
So if we
use
don't want to do that, then we can go do
We can still have sand sailors. They would just be something else sailors.
What about like limestone?
Oh, interesting.
Like in the Cayman Islands?
Are there limestone beaches?
Yeah, look up Hell Grand Cayman. Oh, I'll find
Hell
What
as
if
in
it's
like hell?
Limestone
here.
beach.
Hell
what if it's
There.
like
What on earth?
That's called Hell. Like
That looks
there's a
horrible.
little town there called Hell.
Yeah.
Little shop and stuff. My brother used to live on the island. That's how I
what
figured
if
all this
it's
out.
like super slick, like granite or obsidian?
Oh my goodness, an obsidian desert.
It's just like a giant, yeah, flat glass with like
that would be
jagged,
horrific
yeah,
because it reflects the sun.
and razor sharp, right? Like anywhere that there's a rift, it's razor sharp.
That's far worse to live in.
Well, and it doesn't even have to be black. It could be that texture, but it could be.
Yeah,
Boy, how much would that be worth in Game of Thrones?
yeah.
Just go live there.
Yeah, all that dragon glass. Be like, I'm good here.
Yeah. All right, so we've got.
Or
Why don't
granite.
you?
Well, granite would be cool too.
I guess I don't know too much about granite shelves.
It's just super dense, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's just super hard, and if it was flat and smooth from erosion, uh, it could be sailed on.
Like it's basically like a big ice patch, except it's just
Yeah,
this
pretty
super
much.
hard
It's like a
stone.
pipe.
Yeah.
I like the obsidian more just because it feels
Different.
More alien.
scarier, I would say.
Yeah.
Imagine, you're sailing, but you hit a little divot or something. If whatever you're sailing on is too heavy, smashes into the obsidian, and it just shatters beneath you.
Well, wouldn't the fastest things be, things on skis then basically? Or
Right.
whatever reduces the least friction, right?
I'm saying that if you do something horrifically wrong and there's a collapse or like an accidental, like I don't want to say ramp because they don't, real
Yeah.
world doesn't just have regular ramps, but where the ground is not perfectly even. If you go flying up in the air a little bit and then come down on obsidian, it's not known for being super solid,
No, it's brittle, right?
and it just shatters into you and your ship.
So there could be these long, flats, straits of it, like the salt flats almost. But then if there's an irregularity and you don't see it,
Mm-hmm. I mean, how would you even?
well, it's like if you're moving
Especially if it's
fast enough.
reflective.
Yeah, I like the idea that it's reflective.
God, that would just be the worst thing to look at during the day.
Yeah, everybody's going to be wearing goggles.
Yeah, this is we were going from Waterworld last time to Mad Max this time.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I was just thinking. Mad Max.
The people have to have like lizard or leather skin, right? Because this is
It's got to be, yeah, crazy thick.
it would boil human skin.
Maybe this is where our lizard folk are.
Or the bug rider dudes from the Ash Wastes.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen those dudes?
From what?
You're not talking Elder Scrolls, right?
No, Necromunda.
No
Nope.
idea.
I was thinking of the Ash Wastes from Elder Scrolls.
No.
What on earth are these? What is this? Is this Warhammer?
Necromunda, yeah. It's
Mhm.
it's an offshoot.
I am not familiar, but those are some funny looking boys.
Yeah, those guys.
There's no reason they couldn't be here. Something like that.
That's some creepy bug man.
That's hilarious.
Maybe once you get, like, there's a layer of this obsidian, and once you get below that, there's hives.
Oh yeah, I like
goodness.
that.
They're like termites, but
Yeah, they stay out of the sun. Yeah. Is this we had kind of alluded to it, I think, in Vezran's Grace. Is this like the great desert that gets crossed by traders? That's with a D, not IT.
That was what I was thinking about when Mix was saying sailing around.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. And then there's probably bandits and all kinds of stuff
Oh
running
yeah.
around.
Right. I mean, think about the Silk Road. It made a lot of money, but there were a lot of bandits too.
right.
Right. There's probably some indigenous folks that are trying to kick everybody out.
And obviously, there's more than just literal obsidian everywhere.
Yeah. But that's the defining feature,
But
right?
yes, that's what you think. It's like when you think of the Sahara Desert, it's not.
If it's like this sea of black glass and underneath it are these caverns, this is a perfect place for kobolds
Yeah. Yeah.
to set traps.
Bless you. What the heck? What is going on? There we go.
So is that what we're going with?
That's what it sounds like.
All right.
Everybody's all excited about it. Doesn't have to be mirrored out. Barrett's description summed up in a few sentences to suffice for now. We will discover it together during play. Yeah, I think that's enough to start now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody throw a d6 for our timeline. I don't care if it's physical, digital, whatever.
You rolling Discord?
Bots do it, but I don't think there's any that are native to Discord.
I rolled a 5 with my dice on the desktop.
We're doing centuries again then,
Oh.
unless we want to adjust that.
I mean, it's a big old obsidian desert. Centuries are probably a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. cards are dealt. And we just get to start going with these ones then. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't even looked at what I've got yet.
I've looked at one of mine.
Which game you guys in?
We're not in Roll20.
Yeah, I'm just in
Oh.
the Google Docs and the
Mm-hmm.
ground itself PDF.
Okay. So Andrew, you're going to be drawing cards.
Yeah, I
You
dealt.
already dealt them.
Yep, I dealt what you've got. I messaged it. I DM'd it to you in Discord.
Ah. You did. Aha. I can go first if nobody else wants to.
Yeah, if you
I
want to.
can too. Whatever.
There's Queen of Spades. All right. What was the greatest tragedy in this place's past? It's called the burning. And nobody knows why, but that's when the sky fell, and that's when it burnt everything to the ground, and that's how it became glass.
So it wasn't always obsidian.
Nope. But at one point, it was like, a nuclear explosion went off. Kapow! And that was it.
The planet got glass.
Well, as far as everybody who lives here, it's the planet, yeah. How far it extends? Nobody's ever been that far and come back.
Because once they got off this thing, they wouldn't get back on it.
Yeah, they saw the turtle down below, and then the turtle below him. But no. The belief is that this used to be, nice place to live. Trees, grass, whatever. And then bang. And the theories abound.
Man, the thought of just like hundreds, maybe thousands of miles of obsidian.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, obsidian's generally created from like magma, right? It's like
Yeah.
cooled.
Yep, it's a
So what the heck happened to this place?
igneous rock, right? Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, igneous. Yeah, so, did Elminster do it? Did the aliens do it?
The alien.
No one's quite sure. Yeah.
Did somebody with a balloon float over and drop something?
It was just one of the takeoff creatures giving a big fart right on the.
Was it the cosmic dragon? As some people say.
Yeah, they wouldn't know, right?
Oh. We can find out.
That's right. Play to find out what happens.
Have at it.
Yeah. Do we want to go in order from there, or do we just want to popcorn in when we're ready?
I'm trying to think of something weird, so.
I can go just because I have a jumping off point that we've already talked about.
Okay.
I've got the Queen of Clubs. What is the greatest moment in this place's history? An innovation, a discovery, a revolution, a new sapling, the emergence of a cycle of cicadas. I think from what we were talking about earlier, the greatest innovation was the ability to sail on this glass. Because I mean, this black reflective glass in this hot place would make travel miserable.
Hmm.
So I mean, the greatest innovation would be able to traverse it without touching it. So, and I think there's probably as many different kinds of uh, ships that pilot on this as there are watercraft. You know, there's like dinghies and big ships, and
Gifts, keel hauls.
there's like these. Maybe there's like these dog sled looking things that are pulled by lizards, giant lizards.
That are that like because they're from here are resistant to the heat or whatever.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
even bugs for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
So I think being able to travel around this plate actually was probably the greatest moment in history where it actually started taking off. And maybe that's the point that they discovered that it wasn't endless and later on may eventually become a trade route between kingdoms. But the other thing is, if they have these ships, what are they built out of? I mean, nothing grows on obsidian. So are they actually like molded glass vessels?
So I guess let's have a point of order before we get too far. Is this place? Are we talking about the place as it's occupied, or the place that it's being traded? Like I know we'll talk if we've talked about the hives or kobolds below the surface. Is this place inhabited by them under the surface, and there's traders? Because in my mind we're starting and there's already people like using skiffs to get across this for trade purposes.
Well, right now we don't necessarily have to do the trade right now, but it's probably a logical conclusion once they develop the gift.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I didn't know
right
where our
now,
like starting point would be then.
right now it's probably just in the exploration phase.
They have a couple scouts with these new glass gliders
Contraptions.
they've created or whatever.
Yeah, there could even be like dwarves building these things. Does it all have to be
Yeah.
lizard folk,
Yeah.
kobolds? Uh, which that leads into another card that I have to play later about if there are multiple people who live here.
Yeah.
I think it would be a good place to have multiple people that have been alienated from each other.
Yeah.
Are they animus or, how do they relate?
Well, that'll be when we get to that question. Right now, we're just doing the innovation of the skiffs
The
has just
innovation.
started,
Yep.
and exploration has begun.
I like glass gliders. That's fun.
It felt fun coming off the tongue.
Good use of alliteration.
You know, you can make like arrowheads out of obsidian. What if they actually chip these things out and they're very rough looking, but they chipped them to where they uh, have very little contact with the ground.
Yeah.
Very asymmetrical
Like catamarans.
vessels. Just because of how difficult it would be to make sure it didn't fracture when you chip it out.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a skill set. I feel like we're getting a little to it. maybe that
Slow
becomes
the roll. Yeah.
maybe that
A
becomes a
craft.
thing.
Yeah. A trade
Who
craft as
can
opposed.
best not shatter the
Yeah.
obsidian?
I've got one unless you're really chomping at the bit, Dean.
Go ahead.
Jack of clubs. What was this place in the past, and how long ago was that? We have our answer to the burning.
Hmm.
This was a moon, or a piece of one at the very least.
Mm.
Fell out of the sky and implanted itself in over whatever used to be here.
So the lizard folk know what killed the dinosaurs now.
Is the entire area a
Yes.
moon? So it's a moon that's covering the land.
What I'm picturing is like
They're embedded.
yeah, like a big chunk of them. It doesn't. I mean, maybe we could decide it's a whole moon, but for now, this is like a big raised steppe.
Okay.
This is like the Gobi Desert. There's just this giant, thousands of miles spanning steppe, and it turns out it's at least a piece of the moon or a moon.
Hmm.
So
And that was probably hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yeah, maybe not that long. I feel like the surface would change enough. We'll say thousands.
Is the intention that that this is known, like the population here knows this is how it became this way, or not?
I don't think so. Or maybe this could be like this could have been a prophecy from some civilization on the other side of the world, right? Some astrologist civilization thought the moon is going to fall to Earth, and then they just weren't affected by it because they were, on the other side of the world or whatever. Like, well, guess we were wrong. But then the moon didn't come up the next day because it fell. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think the people that are here necessarily know that that's what this is. Could be a secret for later.
The people who know probably got hit by it.
Yeah, there's Nazis in the moon. We don't know what's underground.
Oh yeah, Nazis. This is gonna be good.
What if the people that were here were originally on the moon?
That's kind of what I'm hinting at without saying so much.
Implication.
Yeah.
At least
That
some
did-
of them were.
What you
my
got,
turn.
Dean?
I got a couple that I've been mulling over. um, so I think I'm gonna go Jack of Spades for my first one, which is what are the threats to this place? Are these threats to the materiality of the place or the people that live in it? And I think one of the main threats is the what we called like hives or these bug-like creatures that live under the obsidian exterior of the land. I'm thinking they're pretty vicious, and I mean like if you crash your skiff or whatever out on the glass sea or whatever it's called, you're pretty much considered dead. These things make, they probably have hives that span miles, and there's just tons of them. Little itty bitty creatures that can easily get in through the cracks and rifts in the obsidian, and they just devour.
So we're talking more like the scarabs off the mummy
Yes.
than Starship Troopers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're scarab size, not Starship Trooper size. Got it.
Correct.
Got it.
And they purge any organic matter.
Any organic matter.
Yeah, I like to think that
They're like
that's,
piranhas almost.
yeah.
They just shred. Oh, I love that. I don't know if that's better or worse than giant worms.
My brain kept going like big snakes or maybe void worms. And then when you said moon, I was like, nope, don't go void worms. It's too easy.
No void worms. No star spawn.
Right.
Not yet at
The
least.
thing. Yeah,
I was gonna
that's
say, not
deeper.
yet.
Deeper in.
Yeah. All right.
And obviously those are a threat to the
Yeah,
people, not necessarily. The terrain is like unaffected, of course. Maybe they even maybe this is getting too much into it. Maybe they create obsidian.
Oh, because I had the opposite idea that there's like pillars of something that they can't penetrate that are like safe havens in the middle of it.
Okay, sure.
like waypoints, but yeah, I think
Like
we're both trying to get ahead of ourselves.
Right.
desert islands, kind of.
Yeah, the essentially it's an oasis, right? If this is analogous to a desert, this is an oasis. But anyway, Marshall, you good for another one?
Yeah, but I need a little help with it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was Jack of Diamonds.
Ooh.
Mm. Are
Was
we
what
gonna?
is this place called?
Do you not like your third card that you want to do? You don't have to do them in order, right?
Was the third? Real quick.
What was your third one? I gotta go to my DMs.
I'm gonna go. Yeah,
King of Hearts was your third one.
it's King of Hearts.
What stories are told in or about this place? Does it have any legends or myths? Does it have religion?
How could it not have myths?
Oh, it's got myths, but I would say, let's say no to a highly organized religion and yes to decentralized type stuff.
Without sounding too
That,
ignorant, that's in my head. That's kind of like Shinto or animist, right?
possibly,
There isn't like a
or
lama or a pope of it, but there's a lot of spirituality.
yeah, different interpretations running around all over the place of that. But there's no warring factions and stuff.
They don't have the
So,
energy to fight. There's too much worrying about surviving.
Right.
well, yeah, the factions wouldn't line up along, religious beliefs because everybody needs water.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
If they are fighting each other, it's over resources.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Who's got time for the Pope when you got to eat?
You got anything for stories that are told in or about it, or legends, apart from
But
just the
yeah,
religion?
the legends I was talking about were, of the origin stories. That's what I was getting at. Like, how did it get to be like this when it didn't used to be like this? And so, you said in actuality, part of the moon came down.
It literally could have been anything, and then the moon squashed
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And but if the people don't know that, some people think it was like the great cosmic dragon, and some people say no.
Some
The
pe-
great. Go ahead.
some people may even disagree on where it come from. Some of them may think
Yeah,
the great uh, world worm pushed it up from the ground.
yeah,
That it didn't
exactly.
come from the sky; it came from the ground.
I like that too.
But I think it's cool if there's like one of them that actually has the truth, but there's just
That's got it
so
right.
mixed. Yeah, they're just so mixed in with everything else that they don't really have any foothold over anyone else as far as theories go. But
Mm-hmm.
there is one that's right.
Yeah, but it would be mixed in among thousands, right?
Right.
They're not all completely different. You would just have to think about just slowly changing shades of gray across the map. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Until, maybe at one end it's black and the other end it's white, but the vast majority of it is just barely changing contours. That's how I would think of it.
Hmm.
So there's not enough difference in any given
Delineation. Yeah.
spots to produce any type of agitation, right?
Yeah. No
Yeah.
animosity.
Like all the
Yeah,
different
at
flood,
least not
like
along
all
these.
the different flood legends all over the world.
Yeah.
Every ancient
Yeah.
civilization's got one, and they're all different.
And none of those civilizations ever talked,
Right.
but they've all got a flood mythos. All right. Mixoplex, you get another one?
All right, we'll get into the people now.
Hmm.
If there, um, if there are multiple people who live here, what are they divided on? What are the points of contention that are fought over? Or if there are not multiple people, what are the resources? Um, what resources do the plants, animals, or visitors to our place vie for?
Are you gonna do people?
I'm going to do people.
Okay, because I have the Jack of Hearts, which is a very similar one, and I was gonna do flora and fauna, so that
Okay.
Yeah.
works out for me.
So yeah, let's do people. Uh, I think there are multiple races here. I like the idea of having dwarves and kobolds underground and uh, lizard folk.
We have the three cream.
Is that the ant people?
Now the prey
Yeah.
of manus.
The praying mantis guys.
Oh, yeah, the bug dudes. Are
Hmm.
there also ant people?
There are.
Am I?
Yep. There's ant
There's,
people too.
there's all kind of bug people in D&D. I don't know about Pathfinder.
See, because 3 Kreen look like ants to me. It could just be. Could just be.
Well, go log into your D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
It's got all the books, including
Yeah.
that latest one that's got like 40 races in it or whatever.
Patron deity, formerly the mantis god of the eternal lotus. I don't care anymore. Too many bugs.
Everyone's got to have
Yeah, known
every
as mantis
species as its
warriors.
own race.
Yeah.
But I kind of like the idea of, there not being an intelligent civilization of bugs. That the bug, we've got the carnivorous beetles.
Mm.
If there's maybe there hasn't been a discovery of an insectoid people here yet.
Yeah, that can always be a development.
Yeah.
But
They live in the deep, deep Obsidian Wastes or whatever.
obviously, the people are going to be
Maybe.
divided over resources. Keeping what's mine and then what's outside of the oasis places would be fair game, for raiders or whatever.
I had a totally left field idea here. Can I pitch?
Always.
Yeah.
Never need to ask
One sec.
permission.
What if, well, I didn't want to interrupt. What if the bug people or whatever, the 3 Kreen or whatever they end up being, that are, the people that we're playing or, representing the dwarves, whatever, are not aware of them, but the bug people are aware of us, right?
Like they're
And
keeping an eye on
also,
us.
yeah, but also they don't struggle to get water or whatever the water equivalent is here.
Mm.
They have a way. Now I don't know what it is. I haven't thought of it yet, but it's not a problem for them.
I had
And they can move around too.
I had a
They
similar
can just
thought
draw
to
it out of
that.
the ground or something.
Yeah, that was my similar thought, was that like there was either like aquifers underground or one of the underground races has water collectors that are like indistinguishable from just like spikes of obsidian.
Well, I think it could be a little bit of both, like
Yeah.
uh,
The dwarf populations pop up around underground lakes and
right.
yeah.
But these people, like Marshall was talking, maybe they have maybe even a supernatural means of cultivating water.
Mm.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
which plays right into maybe the bug people were the original inhabitants of the moon that crashed here.
And they're the descendants.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
They've actually passed down the knowledge of how to live on this thing through, oral
that would
tradition
make sense.
or whatever. And everybody else is basically just an alien here because it happened to land on their planet. And they're still trying to learn how to survive thousands of years later. I think it
That
makes
works.
a good bit of sense.
All right. I'm trying to decide which one of these two I want to do. They're both good.
I can go if you want.
I think I got. Mine is related to people, so maybe you should go first, and then I'll follow up with this one.
Okay. Well, mine's not gonna be people, so
Oh, you're doing the flawn. I could do mine then,
yeah.
since yours is
Okay.
that. Because
Sure.
mine is the King of Clubs. If there are inhabitants, what are the visions of the future that they hold? Is it long or short? Um, I think that the majority of the people that are here have very short views.
Mhm.
They're just trying to make their way through this place because of trading or because of, for whatever reason, this is the shortest distance between 2 points, and they know that there's a way to do it. But the things that live here underground have no reason to think about leaving. They're gonna maintain their long view. So surface dwellers have short views, but those underground dwell forever. Maybe they want to keep digging down or building up. I think that's all I had.
Okay. I will go with my Jack of Hearts then. I'm going to describe the flora and fauna. What is the landscape like? What animals and plants call it home? Well, I think we've already addressed what the landscape is like. It's that harsh jet black reflective obsidian with a few spots here and there that are semi-habitable. um, feel free to reel me in if I'm going too crazy. So in my mind's eye, I see. Oh, did we lose somebody?
Yeah, we lost Marshall.
Oh, right.
He's back.
Welcome back. So I was thinking, um, after the moon impacted, it affected, obviously, weather currents, weather patterns, the tides, all that. But there is something far worse. It has tainted the water in this area. So all that beautiful rainwater and stuff that a lot of creatures would live off of is just toxic. So the rainwater is filtered in through the cracks of the obsidian, and due to the excretions of these hives of creatures that eat all organic matter, it is made into potable water. But that's not what everyone drinks, at least not in my mind. The plants absorb everything. The few plants that there are that are all obviously have their own defense mechanisms, typical of things in the desert like cacti and
Yeah.
that sort of thing. maybe they're super briered up, or they have maybe they're even like semi-animate. The plants that actively will kill creatures that try to harvest the moisture from them. I think there are the major civilized areas are around these. I don't know what they look like. I haven't come up with anything that grand yet. But there are these plants that absorb all these nutrients, this water that is basically cleansed due to the bugs. And then they secrete this like ooze or slime or something. And that's what people survive off of.
Well, if the people are underground, what if a lot of their food and moisture come from the roots of these plants?
Hmm.
Whether it's they actually cut into the roots to get water out of it, or potatoes, whatever. Which we can get into more of that when we get into the harvest time and stuff like that.
Yeah. Got audio, Marshall?
Yep,
All right.
Okay.
I
Anyway,
do finally.
so that's
I'll be right back. My wife got supper done. I'm gonna go grab a plate.
sure. That's plants, I suppose. Creatures. Sorry, my vision was not very well explained because I'm not great with words. But moving on to creatures, I mean it's got to be stuff that can either deal with the heat on the surface in some way, like some form of dispersion, like what bugs have, where they just have a ton of small points on the obsidian, so that it's not just scorching them along with their exoskeleton, or creatures that only come out at night, which would obviously be far more dangerous since they are going to be predatory, since the only thing you can eat is each other.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really any surface plants. I do have a horrific thought of enormous, like, millipedes or centipedes that roam the crags.
Yeah. Why don't the scarabs eat those?
That's what I'm wondering.
There's just a thick enough carapace on the bugs or whatever that they can't munch.
It could be that they nest somewhere that the scarabs, as we've called them, don't. Maybe they're too deep, or they don't go to wherever they live. But I was thinking the main reason they don't kill them is due to speed. Like
Oh
these
god, they're just
giant
so fast.
centipedes are so quick that the things don't really get on them. But if they were to stop in a dangerous spot, it would just be like, any other animal stopping in a swarm of ants. The classic videos of like, oh, the spider's, just picking off some ants, and then it sits still, and then suddenly it's getting
There's
swarmed by
thousands of ants. Yeah.
right.
All biting it. And they just like instinct tells them where they can rest and where they can't.
Right. I was trying to think of something cool that follows like the clouds, some sort of, aerial threat
Hmm.
that stays out of the sun by, just staying underneath clouds whenever they're coming by, and that's how it hunts. Just didn't have a good creature for it. We don't need more turbo rocks.
Could be like swarms of something.
Oh, this place is just full of swarms.
Hey man, quantity over quality in this
Yeah, they're
case.
like, are we
What?
talking like swarms of finches that
Yeah, like
are ravenous?
starlings. Well, you've seen like murmurations of starlings, right? The
Murmurations of starlings.
there's just like waves of birds in the air.
I have never heard that term before.
Yeah, that's the
Murmuration.
murmuration is the
Flock.
like phenomena is what it's called.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's like the birds, only real life.
Yeah,
You don't go out when it's cloudy because the birds
because
will
it's
kill you.
actually just birds.
You don't
They
go out
aren't
during the
clouds.
day because the bugs will kill you.
Uh,
Don't go out at night because
the giant centipedes will eat you.
right. Great.
This is
Every
why.
area we make just gets better.
Yeah.
How are we gonna ever adventure anymore?
It's not
The
going to be a safe
terrain's-
world.
The terrain's gonna murder.
That's the joy of this of playing as adventurers. The world is trying to kill you.
I think maybe the world wants to kill everything.
Yeah, we're inadvertently creating Dark Sun, but not in the same way.
We're currently playing Majora's Mask, except that
Yeah.
Majora won. Yeah, I don't know a good way to explain what I was thinking earlier. It
I
like the
know.
plant
Yeah.
doesn't see it as anything but a secretion. Like it doesn't need the thing it's giving out. Similar to how trees give out oxygen because that's what they
Yeah. And
give
this world
out. I
is
mean, it's
weird, so like losing liquid doesn't matter as much in Fantasyland.
right.
Because
These
like that's the
also
whole point of of cactuses in the real world is their skin's so waxy that they don't lose any water.
well, the big thing that I was drawing from is that this isn't the Earth or whatever. This is the
Yeah,
moon.
this is the moon.
These plants don't want water or whatever. They're just taking the nutrients out of
Whatever
it
the
that they
moon
care
was.
about,
Yeah.
and then we get this weird slime that's like at what's left, and it
It's Brondo.
is yeah,
It's got what plants crave.
it's got what plants crave. And I actually was going to use this as a tie-in for some other things
Yeah.
for
Well, I
the
like that
future
because
that I
like
didn't want.
there's some like it's like a silica compound, right, or something that
Sure.
would kill biological life native to this world, but
Mm-hmm.
the plants evolved to like how everything is built of carbon here. Like these are silica plants or whatever.
Silica-based life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, it's obvious it doesn't need to be silica, but same idea. Whatever the moon is made of, it's what they're fundamentally made of,
Right.
and they can survive here because the moon fell. And I love the idea that like it didn't spread, so there's just this like line of flora that you go from like semi-regular, probably hardier plants to just these plants that will try to kill you that emit Brondo.
Yeah.
What's Brondo?
It's got what's plants crave.
It's got what plants crave. It's from Idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
They
A very fun movie.
that's a very fun movie. Instead of water, everybody basically just drinks like sugary. It's basically Gatorade.
It's like Gatorade, yeah.
Yeah.
President Camacho. It's in the far future mix, and Terry Crews plays President Camacho of the United States. Well, of like the world.
The world, yeah.
And the world has dropped in average IQ because it's nothing but idiots constantly populating the world, and so therefore they've outbred the smart people.
It's a classic.
Yeah.
I'll have to watch that movie because I actually made that prediction about America a while ago.
It's very fun. I'm trying
It
to
is very
remember
funny. I think your kids are old enough that if they stumbled in it wouldn't be. Nope, bye mix. It wouldn't be
Marshall.
terrible, or Marshall rather.
That was oh man, I can't remember the guy. The main character is an idiot
Luke
in
Wilson.
today's standards.
Yeah. But he's like the smartest person in the world in the future.
Right, because
he's like a completely average idiot in the modern day.
Right.
And he works for the army and he gets frozen. Except he gets frozen instead of getting frozen for 5 years, he gets frozen for like 500 years or whatever. Where does he wake up behind? I can't remember. He gets unearthed in like a trash dump or it's like the back of a Pizza Hut or something.
Oh, that's right, because it's the one that the big company changes based on what country you're in, I think, because one of them's Taco Bell.
Yeah.
But other people are like, what do you mean Taco Bell? It's this other company.
Joe's chamber crashes into the apartment of Frito Pendejo. Oh, it's so good. Absolutely stupid movie.
Their fine dining is I can't remember. What was it?
The only thing I can remember is they're watering plants with Brawndo
Brawndo
instead of water. And all the plants are dying. They're like, what's happening?
The evolution of Fuddruckers that it just gets a dumber and dumber name.
So these giant millipede centipedes, has anybody tamed them yet?
No.
Because that would be a cool way to move across this thing.
It would be.
That's actually how people move in one of my cities in
giant
my homebrew game.
Bugs.
Yep.
Giant centipedes.
They're called cytilopedes.
It'll be the new train station.
And they're like huge sized centipedes.
Like bus sized or
Yeah, I was thinking train.
Let's see.
Yeah, how big are you thinking for these ones?
I was thinking train, and maybe these things have a set pattern that they travel, a migration pattern, and everybody's got it down to time.
Migrating.
They don't even. They don't even realize that that there's passengers on them. People just jump on when they come by.
Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe they could be bred that way. I guess. Can you breed?
Yeah, maybe it's 800 years from now we have started
hibernation traits into insects,
animal husbandry.
Because I was thinking, generic centipede, millipede things, but there's probably, dozens upon dozens of different species of them. Most of which.
Oh yeah, this place is going to be rank with bugs. Yeah.
Yeah.
This place is going to be rank with bugs of all.
It's the moon, of course.
Yeah, there's going to be some sort of trapdoor spider. It's going to be great.
Obsidian trapdoor spider.
It's gonna be great.
It's got like
it'll make Shelob look tame.
It has like a translucent film that it spreads on a shattered piece of obsidian. horrifying.
I can't wait for the
Goodness.
obsidian bulettes.
I was trying to think of something cool that would treat the obsidian. You know how there are creatures that have burrow speeds and stuff like that. I was trying to think of something cool that could transverse the obsidian in a way that wouldn't completely disturb it.
Like a way Earth elemental Earth glides.
Yeah, but a little less
A little less magic.
magic-y.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because obviously there could just be obsidian elementals and stuff like that that just literally move through it like it doesn't exist. But I was thinking like something really long. I don't want to go worm. I don't want to go worm.
Like
But
a great dragon off of Tatooine.
right, something very thin could just splinter its way through the obsidian. And the implication would be that whatever's on the front would be very like dense, almost drill-like, but thin.
I think we're on Marshall's, aren't we?
Yeah, I was about to say, unless Dean's got any more about his fauna, we are up to your last card, Marshall. Which was
Okay,
the name.
Oh boy.
I'm looking up moon in other languages
Mm.
to see if we can get some inspiration.
Luna.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
I've already used it in one of my other games. First name I thought up was Sea of Glass.
It's dal, or dal in Korean. Boreum dal. That's terrible Korean, but that means full moon.
No, half my company's Korean. I could ask.
Well, I have the
If
character.
you really want to know. You really, really want to know.
It's
Fact,
in
show
Turkish.
you guys a
In Turkish, it's
funny
just
photo.
A. AY is the romanization of the way to say it in Turkish.
Agmar in Persian.
Yeah, Arabic's Alkamar. Alkamar. Luna, Ma'an, Lua.
Alkamar or Agmar is pretty cool.
What'd you say? Akmar?
Agmar. Aghmar is Persian for a satellite or moon.
Ooh.
There's also Estehlal, which is the shining of the new moon.
I like that one.
Yeah,
Inkasaf
use
is
that one.
What
to
was
be
it?
eclipsed
Ali-
by the moon. Which one?
Ali
Estehlal?
Estehlal, the shining of the moon.
Yes. Yes.
You post that and you copy paste that.
Sure.
Not to usurp your question, but
No, that's fine.
you had asked for help with it earlier, and I just thought, let's find a
Yep.
cool moon word in another language and steal it.
There you go. Deal away.
Like true people who speak English, we are stealing other languages and bastardizing it into our own.
Everybody does that. Not just English.
Everybody but the French.
Probably playing a kobold, which means I will be using my Persian to English dictionary.
You'll be a Persian kobold.
a lot of made up stuff in my background will probably be Persian.
Yeah, I also
Actually,
I've got no issue with taking a language and just kind of like slanting it, so that it's not a one-for-one copy. But I also don't care either way.
the French don't actually have strict French language laws, and they use lots of English. It's Quebec that has the language law.
I thought that the French had a whole.
Do not.
I thought the French had a whole, like, not society in the way that we use society, but like an official government organization that
They do. That decides,
polices
like,
the
if
language.
you
Yeah.
They do, but they do not police it like Quebec does. Like, for
Interesting.
instance, in France, it is, do you know where, if I say, parking, how do you say that in French? Do you know?
Oh, shining of the new moon. I wonder if they use new moon the same way we use new moon, meaning it's the dark
Like a
one.
completely blank.
Yeah, because like it does have an eerie glow. I wonder if that's what this is. Huh.
I like it.
Estehlal?
That's the law.
Estehlal.
Because
Estehlal.
Elal is just to see, or
Hmm.
the appearance of the new moon. I love this dictionary. I use it for so many things.
Where did you get it?
It's the Persian English dictionary.
Oh. Gotta ask my neighbor.
That's what we're going with.
Yeah.
Who named
Yeah,
it?
that's fine.
And for what reason?
Oh yeah, true. That is the other half of that question. Who named it and for what reason? I guess how
Because
would
it's
they know
Mad
that it's the
Arab.
the
moon?
black moon. Maybe the kobolds are the only one that know the truth.
The
Or
kobolds are
they
actually from the
they
moon.
well they actually have the myth that's true. They don't know any
Ah.
more that it's true than anybody else does, but they've stumbled on the truth accidentally.
I have the symbolism for it then. It's the shining of the new moon is the Persian translation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is a dark light that comes from the new moon and the obsidian, right?
Dark
It's
light.
dark, but it still reflects light.
Mm-hmm.
So under the new moon, there's probably like a really eerie,
Mm-hmm.
like an eerie glow, but not brightness to the world when
Well,
the moon is in whatever phase it is when it's covered.
there's probably going to be a pretty eerie glow no matter what phase the
Yeah,
moon's
true,
in.
true.
To be honest,
It'll just depend on how bright it is. Oh, there's going to be a lot of eclipse nonsense going on here, I guarantee it. I'm excited. Oh, I just thought of something. I can't forget this. I need to write this down. Alright, Mix, I think you got one more card. Or did you double play? I don't remember.
oh, I've got one more.
Alright.
The King of Diamonds. Who or what is in power here? Is it a ruler, an apex predator, a series of laws that govern society? The weather? Haven't really came up with a good one for this. I originally thought an apex predator, but I was thinking more of an intelligent one like a sphinx or a dragon. But the more we've played, that doesn't really seem to fit.
An obsidian dragon?
Yeah, but we've kind of went a different direction with it than the. Which I mean, it could still be an obsidian dragon. How would that play into it?
Does it live in the moon?
The dragon of the moon.
Right.
You know, with the kobolds here, it does make a certain amount of sense for it to be
A
an
dragon?
obsidian
Yeah,
dragon.
if we're sticking with that kobold lore.
That maybe that's how they stumbled on the truth.
The dragon knows it's from the moon,
Yes, the
but nothing
dragon.
else does.
Yeah, I know there's umbral dragons in Pathfinder.
Ooh.
If we're not scared of going with shadow stuff.
I think if it's relegated, we'll be alright.
Right, just the one. Yeah, They can do some really scary stuff, like give you negative levels in first edition.
Ooh.
I don't know that I want to go with the shadow stuff though. We've done so much of that recently.
It's true.
It could,
Let's see.
because it
We got
says an apex predator or what? A series of laws, a ruler. So instead of it
we
just
don't
being an apex predator, what if it's the kobolds? Like as the will, if there is a big moon dragon slumbering or too large to move, and the kobolds are just its not minions, but you know what I mean. They are the hands, that's the fingers that stretch from its hand.
We are its will.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this is meshing really well with my thoughts on this kobold sorcerer I was making.
There's an underworld dragon.
Underworld?
Adult underworld dragon.
You asking what he said, or you're making up an underworld dragon?
Yeah, that was my
I'm
question.
actually looking at Archives of Nethys on what kind of dragons are in.
Oh, what is an underworld dragon?
I just clicked on it and I'm waiting for
There's
the
a
little circle
lot
to
of
touch.
dragon types in Pathfinder.
Malicious fire-breathing imperial dragons inhabiting the Darklands on Tianzia.
The Imperial dragons are typically the Far Eastern type ones.
Yeah. Also known as Fustsanlungs. Calculating, greedy, and construct elaborate underground labyrinths for their lairs.
Come to my Obsidian Labyrinth.
Ooh, it shoots a fireball instead of a cone.
Interesting.
Countered by water. If the underworld dragon takes damage from a spell with cold
Huh.
or water trait, the elemental magic of fire within them is momentarily dampened.
Hey, maybe that's what this is.
Maybe, maybe, maybe.
I think that could work.
A big black dragon that lives in the center of the moon. That's embedded in the surface of the earth. Or does it have this labyrinth? Have people dug down too deep, mistakenly too sometimes?
There's a list of dragons that I'm looking at.
He's obsessed with the Dargans.
The Dargans. They've actually got the Jabberwock.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Jabberwock. Beautiful.
Oh, we've got to look at the Jabberwock. What if the Jabberwock is the dragon?
Nope, time to... Sounds like this is a Vorpal-based area. Wow, you're not kidding. This page takes forever to load. What the heck's going on?
If you want, you could always just go to the monsters list, click on D, and then all the dragons are on there.
Click on D's.
Or that, yeah.
I always want to type in armor of Nethys. And not archives of
What kind of
Nethys.
armor does he wear?
I don't know.
I don't think the Jabberwock will be as good as fit.
I've used a dream dragon before.
Is it an ancient underworld dragon? A mutant desert drake?
Prism dragon?
A ravener?
Oh, raveners are undead.
I figured it was a undead thing based on the name.
Yeah, raveners are big scary dragons that were like, hey, I want to keep going.
Like a lich dragon kind of thing?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Is Zomok a type of dragon, or is that a dragon?
Probably a specific dragon type creature.
Apparently
Time
they belong in
dragons,
Final Fantasy too.
void
A
dragons.
Zomok is more than a single creature, being closer to the collective spirit of the woodlands.
Interesting.
It is a CR16 dragon. Oh, don't tempt me.
That's what's left.
That box looks like heaven. That's probably a 10,000 calorie box. Easily.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Easily. It's just honey and nuts and pastry.
Yeah, Theodo stuff.
Yeah, Fia, yeah. Philo.
Have you seen the void dragon?
I mean, I've seen a void dragon. I used a void dragon.
I know.
They've definitely seen a void dragon.
They have suffocating breath
That's pretty sick.
and void gaze.
Ancient umbral dragon is only CR19.
Those are the shadow ones. Only CR19.
Only CR19.
Only.
Cruel and sadistic. Umbral dragons prefer the taste of undead flesh or ghostly ectoplasm, yet never turn down opportunities to consume living flesh. Underworld dragons appear as angular and sharp, scales glowing as if superheated from within.
It's the Obsidian theme.
Yeah, I like the Underworld dragon. Underworld dragons embody the pressure between tectonic plates, the heat behind geysers, and flash fires that ignite when conditions are just right. They are natural alchemists.
Ooh, that could be interesting.
Innately
Lava
understanding
eruption?
reagents and catalysts. Yeah, dog, I think we found our boy.
Lava eruption.
Whether you choose this to be the apex predator or not, this thing is going to live here.
That works for me.
Is there anything older than ancient?
Yeah, worms, great worms.
How does a dragon level up to a great worm?
If you look on the ancient world dragon page, not
Yeah.
like a specific one, and scroll all the way to the bottom, it shows you what they gain. So it would be a higher caster level. It would be a 17th level caster. It would have DR20 magic and clashing rocks and lava eruption if you went great worm.
Yeah, sounds about right.
There's
You
also
said
a magma dragon.
you said not on the specific page?
Yeah, the generic. So everyone,
If I just go to Underworld Dragon?
yeah. You could also just click on the specific pages and should be able to scroll all the way down because I think it has it on every single one of the dragon.
Yeah, I see Imperial. I
Yep.
see Jirakura's Kaza, which is the Great Worm Underworld Dragon, maintaining a treasure hoard beneath its three fires, the volcanic mountain of Trio.
Magma dragons have black scales covered in rivulets of glowing lava.
Maybe the
Magma
moon was just
dragons.
full of dragons. Maybe the moon is just full of dragons.
I'll tell you right now, you're making my last card real easy, Mix.
Lava eruption. Is that a spell or an ability?
No, it's just an ability. It like dives through the ground
and then
and then
makes
comes
lava
up
come
in
up.
a yeah.
Hell yeah.
I am become volcano.
Oh, I just saw it. Yeah, full round action. This is from Pathfinder 1, but I could adopt it.
Well, it's all in second edition.
Oh, is it? I
What
didn't.
if
Oh, maybe I
there's
am looking at first edition, right?
what if there's two rival dragons here, one magma and one underworld?
Oh, why does it need to only be two?
That's true.
There's a whole conclave.
Yeah, it's like a constant dragon war, and that's what now we're writing the actual deep lore. It's that this dragon war brought down the moon.
Good, wonderful.
And these dragons control territories, and their people are like maybe there's a good or neutral dragon that's got the dwarven area.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. They're playing Dungeons and Dragons, where they are controlling the dungeons and they are the dragons.
Mason's gonna have a fun time listening to this.
Oh yes, he is. What do you mean it's full? The moon is full of dragons.
It's full of...
Is
well,
that
now the world's full of dragons?
Is that what we're going with? Who rules here? The dragon emperors?
The dragon.
yes, I like it.
It's like Dark Sun.
You know, I said while you were gone, Marshall, that we were accidentally recreating Dark Sun.
Dragon Lords.
Yeah.
Yep. Big old black seas of nothing. Yeah. The Dragon Lords are iconic in Dark Sun. The dragon sorcerers.
I love the idea that the people on the surface, they don't really fight. Their religions are all pretty much the same. But deep below, the dragon wars rage on.
Yeah, the people on the surface are trying to live because this place is inhospitable.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's just this centuries or millennia long war between dragon factions.
Like dragon tectonic.
Yeah. And that's what, right? The underworld dragons and the magma dragons, they're literally driving the tectonics of it. And that's why they brought the moon down.
The world's biggest oops.
Yep.
Did they even notice? I mean, obviously
they probably didn't, right?
They would have figured it out, of course, because their people would have told them. But
True, the kobolds, but they don't care.
Oops.
It's a new place to fight. Oh well.
I think we wiped out a couple civilizations.
Yeah. We flattened something the size of the Eurasian landmass.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
Oh well.
Well, last time we chucked it into space. So.
True.
That's okay.
This is
my
payback.
goodness.
This is payback.
Do they know about the jumping?
They must
Maybe-
know about the jumping mastodons.
What if this thing is a landing worm that jumps?
It's all mastodons all the way down.
Dude, no, this is our intergalactic panspermia.
Yeah, it is.
The big jumping Long Island sized worms.
Doesn't that technically make the dragons aliens?
Yeah,
Which means
Good.
that Marshall got his aliens.
he finally got the aliens in it.
Hey, there you go. That's some good. That's a good line of reasoning there, Dean.
Couldn't
Yeah.
avoid it. Couldn't avoid it.
It was coming.
The
One
dragons
way or
in the Marvel comic books are aliens. Fu Manchu.
Yeah, that's true.
Fu
Yeah.
Manchu.
That's true.
Yeah, but in
Oh,
Marvel,
Fin Fang
like
Foom, that's the name of it.
almost everything's an alien.
True. Strictly speaking.
Crystal dragons could be here.
Goodness gracious. Am I the only one with a card left then?
I've got one.
Okay.
Mine's pretty simple, except for the last half.
I'm trying to remember which one I had. Okay. I've got the
Hey,
Queen of
you-
Diamonds.
Andrew's next in the order.
Yeah,
Hmm.
strictly speaking. What is valued in this place? What is it known to have in excess? Well, other than dragons and death.
Obsidian.
Dragons, death, and
Lots of
obsidian.
obsidian.
Yeah.
But I want to kind of keep the thing that not all the dragons are evil.
Yeah.
You know.
That doesn't mean they can't be at war.
Oh yeah. But some of them might actually care what they're doing to the people up top. To probably a lesser extent than what something not an ancient dragon would care. But
Yeah. Yeah. What is valued in this place? In the real world, there's nothing on the moon but regolith, right? There's
do you
nothing
mean?
of value on the
Cheese?
moon. You're right. You're right. That is where cheese came from.
Right.
How could I have thought differently?
Yeah. The different layers are different types of cheese.
Yeah, softer ones on the outside. They've been baked by the sun. Anyway.
It smells terrible there, though.
This place has got to be just like rife with precious stones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Surely.
the massive compression of Earth as this thing fell to the ground. Not to mention, the magma dragons. So there's just like in the way that precious metals are found in thick veins in the earth, there are just like diamonds the size of houses in pockets
Which the
all throughout
people
the ground.
definitely don't care about, right? Like
The
You
dwarves
can't
probably
eat
do,
it,
right?
you can't make it.
The
I'm
dwarves
sure
probably do.
they probably care about the minerals, but I can't imagine that if it's just like, oh, shiny stones.
Yeah, if this place is all made of rock, the most important thing here would be metal
True.
by far, because it would be hard to find.
That's definitely their like high trade point though. Like, oh, you want our shiny, you know, our shiny
Yeah.
rocks? Sweet. Can we get some food and water?
Well, yeah, maybe that's the thing is
It's
like
valued here, but not from the people here. It's
yeah,
valued from the
Right.
outside.
maybe this is part of the reason that the trade is so important here is because they basically import all of their food from the surrounding fertile land in exchange for a seemingly endless supply of ore and mineral.
And do you think there's mithril veins here?
Oh, like I guarantee it, right? That like this is the place, this is the map that you type in Age of Empires when you want to cheat and start with all the minerals in one spot. It's dangerous to get there. It's dangerous to live there, but if you can extract it without getting eaten by scarabs, right? I also like I mean this could be a point of discussion too. I like the idea in fantasy culture in like magic specifically that like precious stones have magical power or at least magical potential. Like
Sure.
that's why
I mean,
diamonds are consumed in resurrection spells, right? Like
diamonds and then gold itself
yeah,
is
like gold
used
all the
in
time, alchemy and yeah, in our way of alchemy, not this game's way of alchemy, but you know what I mean. But like the consumption of precious minerals in spell casting, like this place is probably fought over by wizard academies or whatever. There's probably bidding wars at the auction house for like crates full of sapphires or whatever. What is it known to have an excess? Death. All right, Dean, take us home.
All right. I have the Queen of Hearts. Who or what has been in this place the longest? How did they come to be here? Thanks, Mix. The dragon.
We codifying the dragons now?
They are the first race, first creature that inhabited this moon. Is it too crazy to say that they were all hatched by maybe the same thing?
Like some cosmic level deity?
Because dragons come from eggs.
Yeah?
Maybe this was some
This was
like,
a clutch.
right, this
Like,
is
some cosmic dragon bore a hole in a moon and laid its clutch.
yeah, it's like the great cosmic serpent.
Yeah.
Serpent as the general. It could have been a dragon, it could have been a big snake, I don't know. It's cosmic. We don't really understand it. Maybe there are more.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe there I like that. Maybe like there are just planets that are nests
Right.
for all sorts of abominations.
Like a worm in an apple.
Yeah. The great cosmic worm laid its clutch in the moon.
Seems a good place as any.
Yeah, that's who's been here the longest and how did they come to be here. So like, what does it look like? I want to expand on this just a little bit before we close. Is it like a dragon city down there, or is it like a warring wasteland?
Guys, I gotta get off. I
All right.
might be back in a few. I'll see if you're still here or not.
Okay.
Okay. All right, bye.
See you, Marsh.
I guess that depends on how civilized do we want them to be.
Yeah.
Are they?
I'm fine figuring that out in play if we don't
Same.
want to answer it. I almost like the idea that there are maybe a couple cities of like where the less hostile dragons actually like have founded
Right.
cities.
Maybe they're trying to keep
keep the other dragons
a
out.
civilization of some sort. Because there's not only are there, good and evil, there's also law and chaos.
Yeah.
So maybe the lawful dragons, good or evil, are trying to have civilizations, whereas the chaotic ones are just
they're like demons. Demons versus devils, right? The devils build
right.
cities. The demons they never stop. They're always
Right.
there.
Act of chaos.
Yeah.
And even the, chaotic good ones might travel in nomadic packs.
Like hordes, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine discovering that. Bugs from the moon and dragons from the moon, and I will draw our first card. The first 7. What is the most beautiful thing in or about our place? Interesting. Interesting first thing to decide.
Wow. I guess without context, a lot's beautiful about it, but
yeah,
with the horrific context, it's a scary place.
I think it's probably like the reflections of the stars in the black jet at night.
Ooh.
It's basically like there's essentially an entire reflection of the sky in the ground. It's very much like the pictures I've seen of like the remote places out west in America where there's no light pollution and that you're just looking across a lake and you can't really tell where the sky starts and the lake is essentially because it's perfectly reflected. And so there's basically just large swaths where instead of mirage in the day, at night, it just looks like you are fully encapsulated. It looks like you're in space because of the reflection.
And it's like a glass-like substance too, obsidian, right?
Well, obsidian itself is opaque.
It is mostly opaque.
Yeah, it's.
Okay.
I mean, it's a stone.
Somewhat reflective.
It's reflective, but it's not transparent.
I guess it's generally not flat enough to.
And it's not shiny unless it's worked. It becomes shiny when it's worked, but like naturally occurring.
When it's
there's a glint to it, but yeah, it's not polished. But I guess in this world it is polished. to a point. It is very reflective.
And that tends to be the case when obsidian is shown in fantasy, though.
Yeah.
It's fairly reflective, or at least somewhat polished looking.
Yeah.
So that's perfect.
Mix, you drew the first 8. What does success look like in our place? What do the inhabitants want?
That's a tough one. Because we built a place that pretty much survival is the end goal.
Right, that's sort of a binary success story. To be or not to be.
Maybe currying favor with one of the dragon lords.
Ooh. Yeah, because
I don't really have
what
a good
else
one for
could
that one.
success look like there?
And remember, if you don't want to answer that question, remember there's the other options that you can take. You can do the focused situations a couple pages back. Tell a story, throw a party, discover something, see an omen, leave the frame,
Ooh.
or just move on. Not having a lot here, discover something says, this is a chance to name a fact that enters the world whole cloth. Do not add details to past events. This is a discovery that's happening right now. Narrate what's discovered and why it's important.
Ooh.
Or an omen. Always good to set an omen up early.
Set it up too late and there's no payoff.
Or it's just a facet of the campaign.
True, actually. It's an even more important omen then.
I'm going to leave the frame. You can go ahead and kind of advance something that we had talked about in the last session. The people on either side of this area are trying to figure out how to travel across it.
So it's just so vast and risky, type of thing. That even though they have a means of travel, basic means of risky travel.
Well, they've got a means of travel, but not across an obsidian plate with carnivorous bugs.
Didn't they have like the obsidian skiffs or whatever?
Well, we hadn't really invented those yet. We had talked about it, but we didn't want to get too far ahead.
Yeah, because we haven't skipped any time, and we didn't want to have like.
Oh, that makes sense.
So,
Maybe give a little more information of like who's there as part of this question.
we got to kind of put this on the map as where it's located. If we like tag one of our other areas,
We can be kind of loosey-goosey for now. I do intend to, once we're done with this, I will create a map based on just the way that the geography kind of handles itself. But at this point, like, I'm imagining something the size of the Sahara.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's stuff in the middle of it where there's oases, but the big cities are not in the Sahara. They're on the edge of the Sahara, where there's actually life to be had. So this could be a civilization. This could just be an outpost. Are you looking at a city or are you looking at an outpost?
I'm looking at like a city-state, more of a not really so much of a city, but like a lord and serfs.
Yeah.
A stronghold of some sort.
Some kind of keep, or maybe it's not like a traditional European keep, but it's like a desert fortress. It's the Alhambra.
And they've had a visitor in a hot air balloon. So
it's that guy.
So they're trying to figure out how to get across this thing to promote trade and travel. So on one side, you got this little stronghold that may be part of a bigger place. And then on the other side, you've got the forest kingdom somewhere over there with Vizrin's Grace.
Ah. One of the ballooners did say he did stop at a desert before coming back for a good while.
Yeah, this is that guy.
Yeah, maybe, he like crashed on the other side. He almost got across it before he ran out of juice or whatever he was using to pilot to keep the hot air balloon up. And he crashed and barely escaped with his life from this, from the carnivorous bugs and sharp obsidian that made it to this stronghold.
Yeah.
So now these people know that there's something on the other side of this obsidian wasteland.
It doesn't go on forever. There's something over there.
Yeah, it's like when we found out, you could sail across the ocean and get to another land that nobody ever discovered.
Mm-hmm.
When the Europeans did.
Or that they were convinced that it was the other side of the world that they knew they discovered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else?
I don't know. Y'all got anything to tag in on that with?
I'd like short and sweet for this. Unless somebody's
nothing really to add, but this is a clear explanation for what, even into the future, sort of keeps the city-states rather than developing into a full country of cities, Because there's always been this sort of separation between all of them. And helps explain why in each of these ground itself stories, there's like the beginnings of a relationship between them, but not one that lasted into the past, really. Ooh.
All right. Then Mason, you drew the first 6.
The first 6. Okay. Harder to jump through my documents on my phone. One moment. Ooh. Nope. Okay, you want to read this one? I'll have it up for next one.
What is the most horrible thing in or about our place?
Oh man, so many things to pick from. Let's say that, like, and this has already been sort of set up in some ways, but death on the Obsidian Flats, like, let's say somebody's trying to travel. Part of the reason so little progress is made for doing that is because it is like a horrible, horrible way to die. Just like, of all the places that have horrible, spooky ways of dying, that having no water, covered in mineral dust, in a 100+ degree, on probably a 150+ degree obsidian plate, is, this place is considered like hell to all of the neighboring peoples.
I think we even alluded to that.
Mm-hmm.
Marshall had posted something about that island that they call hell because of it's got that black stone, the jagged black stone.
Because even if you're not like immediately ravenously consumed by the scarabs, your death is slow and painful, and there's no actual way out, really. Aside that ballooner found some miracle that got him the last bit of the way, but in other words, like, dying, freezing to death in the northern tundra is a horrible way to go, but it's not quite almost an intentional hell as dying on these obsidian flats is.
You're not being baked from the inside out.
Right, exactly. Or ravenously eaten
Yeah.
from the feet up or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And visually, it's also just, I mean, you're surrounded by dark, burning surfaces, and your wounds are being filled with like dust in the wind, mineral dust in the wind, salt, other minerals, obsidian.
All right, Dean, then you have the first ace.
All right. What are? Oh boy, here we go. What are the plants like in our place? The rocks, the soil. I feel like I already talked about the plants.
The alien plants, that's
Yeah,
fine.
right. They are they have evolved to fend off things that want their nutrients, right? Like they are passively hostile, if such a thing is possible. Like thick skin or not skin, but the plant equivalent. It's dense, it's hard to get into, it's probably covered in some sort of either resin or excretion that is hazardous to living creatures, or it's covered in like, spines or thorns of some sort. These plants don't want things getting into them. They're not your temperate jungle or temperate forests flowers and weeds. You gotta work to get in them, like a cactus or a coconut.
Since you talked about that so much, if you wanna draw something else or take one of the focus situations, because you did really cover a lot about the plants in the first half.
Right, and the rocks are well, they're obsidian. It's
And the soil is non-existent.
yeah, there is no
Yeah.
soil. All right, focus situations. Let's see. I can pick any of these.
Yeah, up to and including just skipping your turn.
Hmm.
But
Oh wow, there is literally one called Move On. How convenient. Um, hmm. One second. Let me look at this document and see what we did recently. The end of last session. There was because we haven't had any time skips so far. It's just been set up.
yeah, and it's not that we're necessarily starting exactly where we left off with creation. It's very loosey goosey until we actually start implementing the time skips.
Right. Uh, mhm.
I know Dean's got a good omen up his sleeve.
I was looking at discover something.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Dean's always got a whole cloth too.
I'm just creatively bankrupt at the moment. I really have nothing. I've been going through some burnout recently in D&D, so
Low on the juice.
I just have nothing right now.
Yeah.
I haven't even
Fair.
done any prep for any of my games because I can't think of anything interesting.
We don't have to play this if you don't
That
want
must
to do
be
this.
so rough as a
It
DM.
sucks, man. The burnout happens to me, like every couple years, I'll hit that wave of it's all gone.
I don't want
I'll
to do
go
anything
from
anymore.
I'll go from running multiple games and just crushing out, you know, rewriting an entire crafter system to there's the hump.
Yeah.
It's like writer's block.
We can put
There's
this
probably an
aside.
objective
No, I don't mind.
nature to it too.
Every week it's been it's been getting harder to come up with stuff, but the more we play this, the more it at least gets me going after a few turns.
Yeah, this is striking the flint against the steel.
Right.
This is it's gonna catch eventually.
So I'm sorry that I'm not much use.
No,
but,
you're good. You gave a lot. You happened to draw something that you gave a lot on last time, so we can get some more. We can get some more ink on the page.
Okay.
Yeah, and these grounded self sessions tend to like start pretty slow and then rev up by the end. So.
Mm-hmm. I drew a second 7. Invent.
Did you draw the last?
I drew the first 7. That's correct.
Oh,
that was my first card.
You get 3 7s. You know what that means?
Sounds suspicious, honestly.
Invent a specific street, building, corner, overlook, or meeting place. What is it called officially, and what do the locals call it? I'm imagining that there is some large stone, not obelisk, it's a doorway, but it just looks like a carving in the side of a cave, like a big flat wall in a cave that is carved out. And those familiar with dragons would see that the carving patterns are dragon claw sized. Right, it's strokes of 1, 2, or 3 lines making a very specific structure. Similar to it's kind of how the glyphs are in Skyrim, right? All the dragon stuff is like scratches.
Yeah.
And so it's just called, I don't know, something like the Dragon Wall or something along those lines by the locals. And it is actually the doorway to one of the dragon bastions.
Ooh.
If you are of sufficient strength, or if you are of the right size of dragon, right, you put your hands in the right claw marks and you can open it.
Is it physical or magical?
I'm imagining it's probably just physical.
Okay. So you have to like push it hard enough.
Oh, and in just like the right way, right? There's
Sure.
like not gearing, but it's kind of like that Indiana Jones or like the Goonies when they put the key in and it locks the kid's hand on.
Right.
Right? Like there's a certain like movement that you have to do to unlatch it on the other side.
A finesse to it.
Yeah. Like you could figure it out if you were smart and strong enough, or you know, if you're a dragon.
Yeah.
It like just reads in dragon like how to open the door. Essentially, something along those lines.
Ooh.
We
got to get in there.
Does this lead to some sort of neutral ground where they can hash out treaties or whatever between the dragon lords?
Maybe. I had just imagined this was like one of the bastions. But I almost like the idea that it's considered, it's respected as a neutral meeting ground.
Even like potentially being a haven, that if you're in there, it's taboo to start anything.
Sanctuary.
Yeah, it's sanctuary. Yeah.
I like that.
So after me, it's back to Mix then. Hey Mix, you drew the second 8.
He didn't draw the last 8, did he?
Yes, he did.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, he did.
This is rigged.
It must be.
I'll get ready for my second ace.
Yeah, right.
The news is dramatic and tensions are high. What is the news? How is this reaction physicalized in space?
Nani?
What if there's actually been contact now between? Well, we really haven't skipped enough time.
Could've skipped any time.
Still the beginning.
You're setting up an omen whether you know it or not, or whether you chose to or not.
Uh-huh.
Mix gets to light the powder keg.
Light the powder
Oh
keg.
shoot! I know what I should have done.
We can
I
fill
set
it in.
myself.
Well,
I
I'm
set
thinking.
myself up last time.
We'll do it while I'm thinking.
Wait, no, hold on. I gotta open up my thing where I had the stuff saved.
The thing where I had the stuff saved.
Yeah, you know, as one does. If you remember, I set out a bunch of interesting ideas for once time started moving forward based on this plants.
Ah.
Okay, I have found my inkling. Okay. Do you guys mind if I do an omen for the one that I didn't do last?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care.
So the scene is set deep underground, far away from the blazing hot sun, in a place that is far off the beaten path. This isn't somewhere that anyone really goes regularly, but someone who is, I don't know, I don't have to name them, right? They don't have to be super important.
Nope, not yet at least.
Yeah, they are a person who will potentially become important. They happen to be down here. Maybe they're lost. Maybe they are on some sort of quest or mission. And they find one of the incredibly rare, like, pools of this ooze liquid that people look for and are drawn to as sources of their, hydration. So that in and of itself is already a quite a find. It is, however, what happens next that is truly important.
Ooh.
They discover the ruined remains of many creatures that had lived here before the moon impacted. And right before the camera sort of pans away, fading out, you see the bodies begin to move.
Uh-huh.
There's my omen.
So now it's even more like Heldine. We're moving
We're just
in a
leaning into it.
specific direction.
We're just leaning very hard into it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a great omen.
The person like steps over a mummified hand, and as he keeps walking, the camera stops, and then it like curls its hand into a fist.
Right.
All right, Mix. What's the dramatic news then?
The obsidian is cooling.
Ooh.
Like
Interesting.
the surface obsidian?
Yes, like the surface of obsidian. The temperature. I mean, it's still warm and maybe even hot, but it has dropped a noticeable amount. the surface temperature has dropped noticeably.
Is this the first this has happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it just the stone, or like the air temperature as well?
I think the air temperature as well is, and there's all kinds of rumors as to what's causing it. The sun's still every bit as bright as it was before. The ground still as black and reflective as it was before, but the temperature has changed.
Ooh.
There's rumors that some of the heat came from an elder worm that was like the ruler of this moon when it was still up in the cosmos. And there's a rumor that the elder worm has died. It's causing this cooling. That's just one of many rumors that's going around about why this cooling is happening.
And so it's maybe, is it like not even quite like it went from extremely hot to neutral, but it went from extremely hot to just very hot.
Yeah, I'm
like,
thinking,
what is happening?
Maybe 10 or 15 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Like the average.
That's substantial.
Fahrenheit
like the
or
average
Celsius?
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's
like
an order of magnitude depending on which.
Yes. Our Canadians not here. I'm speaking in Fahrenheit.
Fair.
We don't blame you.
Fair. Appreciate it.
So I'm thinking like, the average daytime temperature on the surface has cooled like 10 degrees.
Okay.
Yeah, that is crazy.
It is.
So it's like a measurable amount, and something has to have caused it.
It's not like it's all of a sudden snowing on the on the surface, but it's a noticeable thing, and it's got everybody tense because they don't know what's causing it, and they don't know what it means.
Yeah, I mean, in a place that's probably 100 degrees on a cool day, I'm thinking of people that live in temperate areas like Southern California, where they're all out in sweatshirts and long pants when it's, 70 degrees and not 75 degrees.
Right.
If you lived your whole life and the daytime's 120 degrees and all of a sudden it's 110, it's like, uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Hey, Mace, you've drawn the third 7.
Oh!
We're churning through them this time.
That's right.
No scattershot. A forgotten aspect to our place is recovered. What is it? A corner, a basement, a hidden garden?
Whatever we landed on?
Yeah, that's not I don't want to push you there, but
Maybe what it is, I think.
You know what it is.
I think I know what it is. In the center, like the very center of the Obsidian Desert, is a small, like, smaller than a city, larger than a town, maybe about large town size area. Not that it is a large town, but that's the size. That is seemingly an oasis of, not that it's a great place. You don't have any resources there. You couldn't really live there because there's no contact with the outer edges of the desert. It's just too far. But an area of ground that has the previous qualities of ground. So it was elevated slightly, and so it
like
pokes
there's actually
above
dirt.
Yes, and traditional plant life, and maybe even some living vermin that eventually evolved. You know what I mean? Like they were in holes when the moon came crashing down and came out in this area, and they're the fauna there now. And the way it was discovered is the balloon man, as he went over, spotted it. He didn't go there, but he spotted it. Noticed how
Balloon
different
man.
it looked from a distance than the entire rest of the landscape.
There's no need to
And-
feel down.
And it's slightly elevated from everywhere around it. But again, from any edge of the greater desert, you couldn't even see it with like a telescope. It's like beyond the horizon because it's so large. And he brings that news with him when he eventually gets to the opposite edge of the desert.
Beautiful.
And maybe there's a lot of specific, more interesting details of that place, but he doesn't know them. He just passed by. But this place could be of serious significance to the land that was there before the moon came crashing down.
Yeah.
Whether that be it's where a previous actual town was, or if it was just where a mountain of some sort was, or a huge hill, I don't know.
Oh, not an ace or a 7? All right. First 3. What do people listen to and perform here? What is considered the folk art? Oh boy. Art, you say?
The most creative of being creative.
Yes, of course. Let's see.
I've got the obvious one.
What's that? What's the obvious one?
Glass blowing.
Oh, we already mentioned that last time too, didn't we?
I do believe so.
It was going to be like an up and coming. Oh no, that was the. I'm thinking of sharding the obsidian.
Yeah, to make the glass gliders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine that glass blowing is pretty big. I want to think there's like obsidian skating, like almost like it's treated like ice.
Okay.
So there could be almost like a hockey.
Oh, yeah.
You know, all the classic ice skating sports. Figure skating, hockey, the other ones.
Curling.
There's probably even in the underground sections, there's probably like some twists and turns that might even get you things like luge or bobsled.
Deadly bobsled.
That's called skeleton.
Yeah.
Kobold, obsidian, bobsledders.
Yeah, I'm sure there's definitely some kids that do some really stupid.
Oh, yeah. Some kids have died doing stuff like this.
Right. They go off the like dangerous, chossy obsidian areas that are going to shatter when they use them, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, that's a future problem.
Yeah,
Right. Well, and
but
everything's relative.
actually sculpting these places, you know, would be a trade. You know, if you're thinking like X Games type stuff, you know, making
Oh yeah.
making the skate pit, you know, or getting it perfectly working to chip it out perfectly flat for the hockey.
Yeah, definitely. It's sort of like how, you know, anytime you have anything that you want to progress in your society, everything else has to catch up to it.
And the skaters led the way.
You know, when you think about it, that Native American game with the little basket things that they carried.
Basket things.
They had a ball and they had these. I forget what they call it. It's like a basket on the end of a stick that they would catch the ball with.
And it became lacrosse. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you think about that and skating at the same time. Yeah, that was something chaos. Not unlike hockey.
Yeah, people like dangerous games.
Yeah.
The sport of it.
Well, and everything's relative. They live in hell anyways.
Yeah, so. How much worse can it get?
Yeah.
I drew the first 9.
Well, he died in lacrosse this week. Well, at least he didn't die being eaten alive by scarabs.
Heck yeah,
the
dude.
Silver lining. He wasn't eaten by scarabs.
He didn't die of dehydration. Hey, good for him.
What do people eat and drink here? What is considered traditional? I mean, other than the weird sap goo resin. That's obviously distilled into some sort of liquor. Everybody's got it. I'm bringing it up again. It's got to be there has to be like a large like fungus consumption.
Fungus amungus.
Yeah, there's fungus amungus down in the calves. Right. Big. I'm imagining like big fungus. Like large mushrooms.
Like visible spores, like spores that you can see with the naked eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about some of the things that are eaten in some of the desert countries in the real world, like scorpions and...
Yeah. Oh, I guarantee they eat bugs.
Yeah. What if somebody's figured out we can eat the scarab?
Yeah. Like I've had grilled cricket. It's not bad. It is actually quite good.
Ants are sweet.
Yeah. I've eaten ants, I've eaten grubs, I've eaten scorpion. Ecuador was a weird time. I don't know if Andrew now would do it, but 16-year-old Andrew, who had girls to impress, was more than happy to eat weird bugs. Current Andrew would ask 16-year-old Andrew why he thought that would impress the girls, but
right.
Neither here nor there.
The irony of the teenage years.
I'd rather eat a bug than a possum.
That's probably true.
Yes, true.
I guess what's considered traditional? There probably is something like cicadas or crickets. Something that migrates like nearby and they catch them in the wind when they come through.
Yeah.
Or locusts, I guess. Crickets or locusts. They're pretty much the same thing, just bigger.
Yeah, maybe there are some that's like chicken-sized.
Oh my god, I'm imagining weren't they called scarabs in Halo? The flying guys?
Yeah.
The giant bug guys? No,
scarabs were the vehicle.
Oh, scarabs were the bugs. Were they locusts? No.
I think that's another bug or another vehicle.
I don't remember.
I forget what they called them, but they did have like a good bug name for those little flying guys that were only in the first couple Halos.
They showed up in the second one.
I think that's the last time we see them, right?
Drones. Drones. They're the Yanmei, meaning ugly king. Humans call them drones or buggers. Apparently. Now that I'm thinking of it, I do remember them calling them drones.
Yeah, I remember that too now. It just... drone is used for so many other things. I didn't think of it.
Yeah. I don't think I need much more than that. Back to Mace then.
Okay.
Or Mix, rather. Mix.
Okay.
Mix, you get the second ace.
It is time to plant the seedlings. What are the seedlings and where are they planted? What is the harvest that is hoped for? Yeah, when there ain't no dirt to plant nothing in. Maybe in the caverns, they where they harvest the fungus and the mushrooms and different things. They actually, it's not like what we think of as traditional planting seeds, but it's almost like cuttings of the like sprigging, like you would sprig grass. They do it with the fungus. Like once they've harvested an area, they go to where they've got some left and they bust it up and sprig it so that it'll all grow back over.
So they're like cutting squares of fungus off and like moving them equally dispersed around the area so that it
so
recovers the same.
Yeah, they take it to the, the places where the moisture's at, and where they've harvested it, and they kind of sprig it back and let it grow out again before they harvest it again.
Maybe they bring some hydration slime with them to spread over the ground where they're setting these things.
Yeah, to get it started, Miracle Grow.
Fungal Miracle Grow, my favorite.
Now that there's fungus, there needs to eventually be something interesting, like really, really interesting about it. I can already see it coming. It's addictive.
Mason.
Boogie.
Okay.
You drew the first 10.
Hey.
Oh,
yeah, that means.
Time.
So you get to pick a question. You may want to actually scroll to this one to. You choose one of these. The gardens are planted, in quotes, the gardens. The work has been done and now we wait. What was planted and what are we waiting for? There is a great victory that enables the inhabitants of our place to build toward a new future. What is this future they wish for? How will they set to work on it? There is a great loss, one that sets new burdens on the inhabitants of our place. How do they cope? What have they lost forever? Someone important, socially, politically, or emotionally, in our place dies. Who were they, and how were they killed? How are they remembered after? It is a resting day, in anticipation of problems just across the horizon. What is believed to be coming, and how do the inhabitants of our place set these problems aside just for one day? It is a resting day, in the knowledge of a secure future. What is taken as a given, and how do the inhabitants of our place spend a lazy day? So gardens, victory, loss, assassination, rest because there's problems coming, or rest because things are good. Essentially.
I think this place has been primed for an actual victory after so long.
There can be only defeat.
It can only go so low before. I mean, a victory. Everything being relative, a victory doesn't have to be that great a thing either. It just has to be a little better than what's been happening.
Things couldn't possibly get worse.
Don't say that.
Says man right before calamity.
Yeah. There have been omens set up, Dean. I think there is a great victory, and that great victory is. And we've talked about the technology of sharding the obsidian into like little toboggans and whatnot. But maybe this victory is finally Balloon Man has worked with the greatest minds of that the Edge city state to help them build an actual like small but bigger than a surfboard. So like maybe a Viking canoe or Viking ship sized shard with some form of their version of a sail on it. And this prototype is going to be their first sort of means of actually getting anywhere deep into the desert.
Yeah, they craft the first glass glider. So what is the future they wish for, and how will they set to work on it? This is the beginning of the glass gliders. So what is it they wish for, and how are they working on it?
I think there's two facets of this. One is a lot of the more practical people just want a better life, so they want trade. They want to be able to get new and better and more resources from more places because they want to start a trade route. And so the very beginning considerations of business are taking place. People are forming groups, coming up with actual tradable materials that they can use for.
We'll have to come up with whatever they trade then.
I think
Jewels.
it's
What-
minerals.
Oh, the jewels. I forgot about all the jewels. You're right.
Yes. So the factions that previously didn't value these jewels that much because they're much more common than most other places are now hoarding specific ones that they think will be valuable to traders and stuff like that. And creating, maybe there weren't really factions surrounding this before, and now they're creating factions that are competing for a potential new market. And then the other side is there's the sort of the dreamers who really want this thing to find the oasis in the middle that was fabled by Mr. Balloon Man.
Yeah.
They want to find what's out there, if it really is like a normal environment, or what would happen to a normal environment after however many years surrounded by the moon. You know, is it the Australia of the Galapagos Islands of this land? I don't know.
Yeah.
But people want to get there because there's sort of a legend. There's like legends and stories tied to it now that the woodland balloon fellow brought the info into the community.
That balloon boy, he's done a lot.
He has. He pulls a lot of weight.
They're different balloon boys, remember?
That's true.
They scattered. These are the Zelda dungeons. They've scattered.
Uh-huh.
All right, so
yeah, the different ones in different city states. Yeah, they're different fellows.
Different people. So we all, after answering this question, roll the dice and move in time, then collectively decide. So do you got a 6 handy? You got a die handy?
I do not. I don't have any of my dice here with me.
All right. Somebody else got one handy? Otherwise, I'll grab one.
Yep, I got one.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate it.
300 years.
Woo!
Much room for activities.
What's the shelf life of an omen?
Infinite?
Yeah, millennia. As long as someone remembers it. Do our characters / civilization still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
The second moon crashed on top of the first one. Nobody's here anymore.
A second moon showed up, yep.
The moons just keep coming, man. They're drawn to this place.
It's a cycle.
Like moths to the flame. The moons will fall. So I guess think about like the dragons, right? They're long-lived. I'm assuming the war is going on. It's the the Hatfields and the McCoys, right? Generational.
But I almost think it's not really violent. It's almost working in machinations against each other.
They're like elves, where it's like, well, I'm gonna outlive everything else anyway.
But I mean, even amongst themselves, there might be, some scuffles break out here and there. But I mean, really, there wouldn't be much of a civilization left here if the dragons actually started a physical battle with each other.
Like maybe they almost have the place of like gods in terms of they just sort of stay where they're at and have people do things for them.
We talked about there
Kobolds
being
or
like
whatever.
kobolds, so like that would track.
Mm-hmm.
And even kobolds, dwarves, all sorts of.
Yeah. So yeah, nothing really has changed. Everyone is still here.
I would like to think that some of these outlanders have decided to try to raid in this 300 years. They've tried to go go in and loot the treasure. Maybe basically the Spanish conquistadors looking for El Dorado. And
And
they
they just
found a dragon instead.
they all die in the desert, eaten by scarabs or by a dragon. Yeah. Yeah.
Looking for the secret tunnel to the oasis or whatever.
Secret
the
tunnel.
one guy brings back tales of riches and this monstrous dragon that killed everybody
That killed everybody else. Yeah. Yep. So, what does the place physically look like now? Has anything visually changed? How does it smell now? How does it feel here? How does the temperature change continue? Does it keep getting cooler?
Cools down to a point and then sort of levels out. We can decide what that point is.
Much cooler, I guess, is the... We need to look at that, I guess. Or is it like a slow decline over the next couple hundred years? Or has it stopped?
Well, I was thinking a slow, steady decline and then stopping. Like if you drop something hot into cold water, it's going to eventually, the temperature is going to level out with the area around it. I think it's going to cool to a point that's just above relative with the places around it. It's still going to be warm because it's a reflective black surface, but maybe it's not 140 degrees at noon anymore.
You still got to be in the shade, but
yeah, but it's more temperate, you know.
Yeah.
So it's still like a desert-ish. Like it's still warm, still hot.
Yeah, like
probably dangerous, but
went from Sahara
on Earth.
temperatures to South Texas temperatures. Yeah, went from 140 in the daytime to now it's like 105.
It went from, if you were to take a skiff out in the daytime, one of your issues is actually baking alive to you could actually potentially travel on a skiff so long as you were careful about hydrating.
Hydration is important.
Does the place still use its same name? Estehlal. If not, what is it called now, and who calls it that?
I mean, if the inhabitants haven't really changed, I don't see why it would change.
No.
I would assume that there's probably, 300 years and trade has begun. There's probably a couple big outposts on the edges of the desert.
Yeah, I was going to say there might actually be some roads carved.
Just out from the gliders or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, like some routes.
So there's like some tracks, you know, like the wagons left tracks across the prairie.
Yeah.
And these things traveling in caravans would eventually cut ruts.
Maybe it's safer to go on the smoother ruts too, so it's like more people are drawn to those specific patches to follow that path.
I almost like the idea that the scarabs are drawn to it as well, so maybe it isn't any safer.
Right. It's a false sense of security.
You can go fast. You can go faster because you're in the little rut. But
but I also like the idea of the scarabs really like the ruts, and now the ruts are lubricated for bug guard.
Yeah, bug meat, bug juices, help the gliding.
It's like cane toads in Australia. You're going on your skiff and you're just like
Yep.
squashing scarab after scarab.
That one piece of Earth that was discovered, I think there's probably a hub has built there to where that's like the halfway point.
Oh, did they got there then? The
Yeah,
dreamers, as Mason referred to them as.
Yeah.
They got there, and this is like the halfway point on the caravan route now.
It's like the primary outpost. If we were talking about some outposts popping up,
it's got to have been built up then. It's probably huge now. I mean, 300 years, right? I mean, imagine St. Louis, how it changed from 1700 to 2000, right? That's 300 years. It was a barren wasteland. It was a prairie, and then 100 years later, it was being explored. 100 years later, there was a city there.
All right.
100 years later, it's, in the top 10 largest cities in the U.S. or whatever. I don't actually know.
You do have to factor in how high we are on the curve of exponential technology growth, though. Because if you go back like 500 years, 300 years is a much smaller change. But I guess not in terms of building, in terms of difference seen. Obviously, a lot's built in 300 years, but.
And I'd like to think they found a way to combat the scarabs.
They're working on it. I like the idea that the threat isn't eliminated, but
the threat's not eliminated, but they found some way. Like the dragons didn't worry about the scarabs because they could just breathe on them and kill them.
And their hides, right, are these thick chitinous armors.
So maybe they've studied the dragons and figured out, well, we can use Greek fire on them. And kill them, but you can only carry so much Greek fire. And then that also leads to its own problems. What if it blows up? So the danger is still there, and the means to combat the danger has become dangerous as well.
So they've got like trebuchets of Greek fire.
But, well, remember, these
slingshots.
skiffs are probably not huge, so these are...
Right. Miniature trebuchet, little slingshot.
Yeah, even, throwing Molotov cocktails, just to keep them off the skiffs when they go through an area of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they've got glass blowing as well, and I mean, thematically, that dragon that you guys were talking about as being one of the representatives of the dragons there, he was like a master of alchemy or something like that.
Yeah.
And we don't really have that theme in any of the previous city-states.
Yeah.
They've got little obsidian bottles of boom boom juice.
And they call it that.
That's right. They're not terribly developed yet.
All right, Dean, you got the first two. So after our time skip. Ooh, this is kind of suiting.
Right. What is produced in our place right now, and how does it make its way into the what?
The first two.
Oh. I saw two and second.
And then you read two and two.
Oh, there's a two there.
Hey, look, twos.
Name a monument, marker, statue, or other physicalized memory that exists in our place. What does it mark?
Ooh.
Why is this relevant?
We just had 300 years where we established trade.
And you're saying that, so you think that somebody has made some sort of...
Right, we put a flag on the moon when we got to the moon. Stuff like that.
Yeah, but there weren't a bunch of man-eating monsters on the moon that were like, hey, no, you can't put your flag here.
That we're aware of.
Right.
Yeah, but I think the traders are aware of the things in the desert.
Right, but there is the oasis, which is sort of like normal environment, and who knows, maybe the scarabs avoid it because it's not their environment or something, you know?
We specifically talked about like there are safe places that the scarabs don't go for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
The rock is thicker, or there's whatever, something else. We just kind of left it open to whatever.
It's better that way.
Yes. I was thinking like how in St. Louis it has the Gateway Arch, because St. Louis was viewed as the gateway to the West. Something like that. It could be the first person that crossed. Right? There's a statue to the first person that crossed, or like they erected a monument or something.
Or do you want to take that one, Andrew? Let him draw again.
We could do that if you wanted.
That's fine.
Unless you've got a good
I have
monument.
nothing good for that.
Yeah, I like that it says name a monument.
Oh.
Name a monument, marker, or statue, or other physicalized memory. Maybe it was the traveler, the balloon guy that made the first like cross desert expedition.
There's this big glass blown sculpture of a hot air balloon.
Ooh, even better. I'm going to fantasy name generator to look up some Greek names because for whatever reason I think he's got a Greek name.
This is like one step away of shaping up to be the new Badlands in the campaign that I was building for Pathfinder.
Yeah. I wonder what the missing ingredient is.
All right. Her name is going to be Karina Kalali. So it's a big glass blown air balloon in memory of Karina Kalali. Or Kalali? I don't know, I don't speak Greek.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to say that either. And where is it located?
I'd imagine it's in the Oasis.
Yeah, it seems to be the most like important point in the desert now in terms of travel and commerce.
I'll do some Greek research and figure out how that's actually pronounced.
So now Dean gets to draw again.
Yeah, that'll be my turn. And we'll give Dean another one. Hey Dean, you do the second too. I can't make it up.
Wow. It is rigged. What is produced in our place right now, and how does it make its way into the wider world? Is this export a physical good, knowledge, or something else? I mean, I like the idea of the blown glass becoming a.
It's like a thing.
Yeah, it's glasswork is now becoming popular. And not only are they literal trinkets and baubles, but you can hold things in them. They're a better container storage unit for liquids.
I like the idea too that right there's this great alchemist dragon, the umbral dragon, right? That's deep beneath the surface as one of the leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And glass blowing is becoming this important thing.
Yeah.
So like all the vials and flasks
mystery.
and calcinators or calcinators and all that stuff, right? That's used for alchemy.
Mm-hmm.
What George Lucas says, it rhymes. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah. Well, and you've got the mystery ooze out in the desert too.
Yeah.
that will clearly have some alchemical focus eventually. I'm sure they're already collecting it in these vials.
Like this place is an alchemy place now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've got all the gems, the precious minerals, the weird salves and solutions, and they got the glass to mess with it all in.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So
they've even got chunks of the moon.
Yeah.
They've got moon
space alchemy. So it makes you get this the second six.
Second six. Someone returns to our place changed. Who are they and how are they different? I think one of the dragons left.
Ooh.
Interesting.
And went to the forest area.
Oh no.
And he's come back changed with a completely different outlook.
At least he's alive.
He's the true culprit of the Great Burning.
He's come back with a I don't know, maybe a newfound respect for life on the surface. Now that he's seen something that was as big and thriving as the forest.
Was he one of the bad dragon people then?
Bad dragon.
Or maybe they pretty much all were.
The like hostile ones.
I think they all had a certain level of arrogance. Even the good dragons had a certain level of arrogance. That everything else was beneath them and didn't really matter. You know, everybody, even these creatures that served them were more pets than anything. But now that this one has gone out, it has found a new respect for the smaller races and their ingenuity.
Having seen the majesty of the wood and city.
Yeah, because I went back and I looked at I remembered part of the place burning. I didn't remember us actually destroying all of it.
No. It was just like the city center.
It was like 40%, 30 to 40% based on what your interpretation was.
Yeah, so there's still a lot there. A lot of life in this huge jet of this river that's basically just shooting out of the ground. You know, for something that's lived its whole life on a moon for hundreds and hundreds of years. In a place like this, that would be mind-blowing even for a dragon.
It'd be the polar opposite
So,
of what he's used to.
It's humbling.
Yeah, you know, he's been humbled by, he's actually found out that his little speck of history is not quite as big as what he thought it was. And now maybe there's started to be more interaction with the caravans and this particular dragon.
Is he a dragon in terms of interacting with the caravans like as a dragon, or is he sort of one of those dragons that takes human form and travels and only reveals himself to some type of thing?
It could be either way, but I'm actually leaning toward that his new domain, instead of being underground, his new domain is kind of working with the caravans.
Oh,
like
I see. Like as a dragon.
Yeah, like he's kind of taking the caravan as his followers. These traders are his people.
He's the dragon of the people.
He could be not denigrated, that's the bad word, revered,
Yes.
like as a god or a saint. Like he's the patron. He's the patron of the traders. He's the patron of commerce.
Or maybe he actually lives in this oasis area that still has dirt, and he's trying to cultivate a garden in the middle of this. So forest, hanging gardens, whatever. He's trying to construct some sort of garden right in the middle of this sea of obsidian.
An antithesis to what the other dragon kind see as their home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, over time we'll see how it develops. But
yeah,
this is
I'm gonna put a pin in it now. Yeah.
Treated as like the great leader of the entire area eventually, or at least above ground.
I already have ideas now for who this is.
Cool.
The reason I was thinking along those lines, I read the insert on the crystal dragons and
Yep.
Archives of Nethys. Well, the crystal dragons are good, but they're very, very vain and arrogant. And they're always wanting to look at their reflection and see things, and maybe this doesn't necessarily have to be a crystal dragon, but one that got a real good dose of reality by going out, coming back.
Sick. All right, Base, you got the second 9.
Second 9. What does it say?
Someone or a group leaves our place. Who are they, and why are they going? What do they take with them, and what do they leave behind? The echo of this last one.
What do they take with them, and what do they leave behind?
Yep. Who are they? Why are they going? What did they take, and what do they leave behind? Or do a focused situation if you don't like that one.
Sorry, give me a second on that one. Maybe. No. I had sort of a good one, but I think it would ruin one of the better aspects of the system we have in place.
Throw it out there. We'll see if we can tweak it, make it work.
No, I think I have a good one. I have a good one that totally avoids that. Let's say all throughout the desert, like holes are created in a single night.
Oh.
Not everywhere, but in specific areas, holes are created. And to those who saw it when it happened, a ton of, I don't know if they're like a type of the scarab or whatever, but something that has like a cicada-like lifestyle is waking up and taking off and just leaving. Something huge like the scarabs are. And maybe it is completely distinct from the scarabs, but I don't want to make them too much like cicadas. But they leave and they take with them.
People meet for the road.
Right. Maybe they do snatch a lot of people on the way out. It was like a single night. They all wake up. It's like this 5-century long hibernation that they were under the moon's surface.
Hey, I'm fine.
All take
I'm
off
fine with them having cicada cycles.
Yes. And they take off and they grab whatever like flesh or food sources nearby. So in a lot of cases it was people. But it all happened within a few hours of night, like 5 hours.
This is just like
For
one
an event
night.
like this is. Yes, it's
Oh
like
my
a
God.
single night because they're all on the same cycle, and this horrific like noise is being made by it all. But to anybody who somehow slept the entire night, they'd wake up in the morning and there'd just be holes in the desert and people missing, and bites taken out of tons of things. And what they leave behind. What's that?
Carnivorous mayflies.
Yeah, gross.
That's right. Real spooky. Like, and these things they look bigger, scarier, and weirder than all the other bugs. Like, there's something weird about them. But they're all gone. The only people who saw them were awake during those hours, which seemingly would be like everybody in that sort of chaos. But and then they leave behind like carapaces, not carapaces.
Yeah,
like
they're shells, like cicadas do.
They're shells. Yeah, these huge, like gigantic
piles
shells.
of shells.
Yeah, but they're huge and they're extremely durable. It's like premium obsidian shard to add this stuff to your glider type of thing.
It just cost us a few citadelians. It's fine.
Maybe it's scarab resistant plating.
Right, it's so durable, it's resistant to scarabs. So like there's a lot of this material because a lot of these things took off, but it's as soon as that's realized, it's all scavenged within a couple of months, or at least where it's known to be. And so some of the wealthiest people of that culture have it for their shields or their skiffs or whatever.
Is it being carved into like chitin armor?
It's all
right.
Yep.
Like amber looking, like segmented armor.
Hey, we've got a place for druids to come get plate armor.
That's right. Chitinous plate armor.
Chitinous plate armor.
But then as time progresses, this stuff gets more and more valuable because there's less of it to find. And so, yeah. And this event seemingly only happened once every 500 plus years.
Yeah. All right, Dean, you got the third 6.
The third.
The third of the 6s.
Something small but noticeable is destroyed. What was it and who or what destroyed it? Small but noticeable.
Oh.
Well, the monument's not small, so I can't get that gone.
I had a hilarious one for this one, but it would ruin what we'd started. If the scarabs turned into those big things, flew off. I don't think we want to remove the scarabs.
I definitely don't. The primary danger in the desert. Man, it having to be small is very difficult. Small and noticeable. Do we have anything like that?
I mean, you could make it up too.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think we really do have anything like that. I guess small can be relative, but
right.
I mean, yeah, talking relative to the size of a desert could be one of the outposts.
Exactly.
Right? There could be a waypoint.
There could be one of the dragon lords
gets taken out.
Yeah, it could be a dragon. To that end.
I love the idea of a dragon being
small.
Small but noticeable.
Small but noticeable. Yeah. Okay, that actually feeds into the nonsense of the omen. Sure, one of the, more significant, it doesn't have to necessarily be a dragon lord, but a significant dragon, I guess, seemingly disappears, or maybe is just found in pieces, like just completely torn apart.
Oh, in the context of this is these dragons are hardly seen too, right? They're pretty much staying in their domains. So that would be an especially
Right.
like terrifying news.
Yeah, I like the idea that the younger dragons may move around a lot, but
The
the
older
elder
ones are
worms,
stuck in their place. Yeah, I don't want this to be one of the like overlord,
the kings or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't one of the 12 or whatever number there is.
We'll save that for a 10.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
right.
this is like one of their main lieutenants is just found eviscerated. As to who or what destroyed it, I know what I want it to be, but should I say it? Because I was going to leave that as sort of the
mystery of the omen.
Right.
I mean, we could leave it if you want to leave it an omen for the campaign. That's
yeah.
We can have another race of mysterious things that we thought were gone but are actually here.
It doesn't necessarily
like the last
have
one.
to be, for the campaign to be found, but I don't want it to be in the very first time skip.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I want to use it as another big event.
Do you want it to be related to the omen or not even at all?
This, in this, yes.
This event. So this event is tied to the omen, but it is not the resolution of the omen.
Yes.
Got it.
So this is leading up to. So maybe in the next time skip, depending on how much time passes by, we might see some.
Yeah, based on what cards I get, I have no problem revealing the idea.
We're learning the something a little more
significant.
Yeah. Alright, so I drew the first 5 then. Oh, kind of suiting based on what I said with my first card. What are the stars like in our place? The sky and the weather. I think the stars are very dense. I'm imagining a lot of the sky is actually filled with the way that the galactic core looks. Just that kind of like wash of yellow with the brightest objects interspersed through it. I really want constellations to be a big thing here. Or like what's it called? A conjunction when planets line up? Like, not necessarily astrology, but I guess kind of astrology. It's dense.
Well, and they're glass blowers, so maybe they probably not at this point in history, but maybe eventually they'll create the first telescopes even.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean they'd know how to move glass and make lensing. Yeah.
One of the thoughts that I had earlier was with all this glass around, how it would affect vision in the area.
Yeah.
What if the stars are actually multicolored, like you can actually see their colors?
Huh.
Instead of just white lights.
Because it's so dark on the ground that it's like anti-light pollution, essentially.
Right, and maybe just the glass and the heat and the different things actually amplifies the light waves.
The spectrum being visible.
Oh, I thought it'd be neat to have multicolored stars.
Yeah, I like that. Like rainbow sky. Yeah.
And it would be especially beautiful shining down, being reflected from the ground as well. Like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
And maybe some of those constellations are actually patterns of color.
Oh, yeah, like sweeps of different colors. Like a stroke of red, a stroke of yellow, or whatever.
Or even tattoos in the sky,
Yeah. In terms of weather, I'm going to introduce the fact that there are extremely dangerous dust storms.
Okay. I think that's feasible.
Mhm.
That makes
So,
sense.
God, what kind of dust comes
no,
off
that's what I'm
of
saying.
That's
Dust,
what I'm
Obsidian?
normal dust storms are really dangerous because sand is very grating. I'm imagining
Right.
like toothpick-sized daggers of obsidian being thrown
Right.
around.
Great.
Yeah, they're very
That's
dangerous.
the best way to clean your teeth.
Yeah,
Just go out
just
and
go
let
out
it
and
stop.
open your teeth. Yeah. Toothpick-sized shards of obsidian. Oh, I think I said daggers. Toothpick-sized daggers of obsidian. Excellent. All this beautiful star stuff, and then don't go outside when the wind's blowing too fast.
Or, during the day or during the night or
Yeah.
when it's cloudy.
Yep.
Get impaled by an obsidian pound needle.
Yep. Yeah, obsidian pine needle. Exactly. Exactly.
What I'm learning is don't go outside.
Yeah.
This just sounds like real life.
It's just like real life, yeah. Alright, Mix, you got the third 9. We haven't seen a 4, a 6. Oh, we've seen a 5. We've seen a 6. We haven't seen a 4 yet, I guess is all we were missing. So anyway.
Have we done all these 9s? This is the third.
This is the third 9.
There is planning going into a celebration. It is a festival, holiday, or remembrance. What is it celebrating? I think there's like this huge trade fair at the Central Oasis. That's a festival commemorating the whole hot air balloon journey, the whole awakening of this trade route.
Of the first crossing, you're saying?
Yeah. So that's what is being remembered here, but it is turned into this huge.
It's a
trade
convention.
festival.
It's a trade con.
Yeah, where all these different tribes come together, and even the dragon lords are getting involved into this, sending emissaries with trying to compete. Some of them may be trying to compete with who has the better goods. Sending their best.
It's the county fair, right?
Yeah, sending their best stuff to this trade fair. I think it's got to be it's a competition. Maybe they actually have competitions over the trades that are brought and the art that is brought.
Who can bring the biggest sapphire?
Yeah, or the most
Or whatever. Yeah.
intricately cut.
Yeah. Yep.
A new cut. Or,
Yeah, we've invented a new cut of gem. This one has 30 facets instead of 29. Yeah.
A facet arms race.
Even maybe, some of the facets are cut to where, in a certain light, it forms different pictures on the side of the gem.
Or like when light,
that.
like a prism, when light shines through, it makes a picture on the ground or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, there's all this competition with these underground, and then you have, if you were going to find cotton, this would be the place you would come to find it.
So this implies to me that are the kobolds involved in this?
Yes, any of the dragons,
denizens
would be sent to trade. The dwarves, the kobolds, whatever else we've got here, lizard men.
Yeah. This is some great uniting force in the desert.
Fungal leshies. I don't know.
Oh, there's going to be a... What was the name of the mushroom dude from Out of the Abyss? Stool?
Yeah.
Or not Stool. Was that his name? I don't remember.
I think
Anyway.
that was his name.
I think it was.
It was.
Anyway. Love him. And then Rumpadump. He was the inside job.
Like 7-Eleven?
Yeah, 7-Eleven was an inside job. It's a part-time job. All right, Mace, guess what? You drew the second 10.
No way. Okay.
He did it again.
All right, we had a victory. What
The
now?
second time. Whew. Oh, I'm accidentally looking at Veteran's Grace. It's so much harder to tell on, 1 second, I had it up.
You're good.
Gardens, great loss. Someone important dies. Resting day, anticipating problems, and a resting day, and knowledge of a secure future.
Okay.
Oh man, I wish they get this when the gardens are planted. That works.
It's much better than me getting a 10. Nothing good will happen.
Don't kill my dragon thing.
Not gonna kill your dragon.
Maybe
It's the implication. It's not the actual.
uh-huh. Maybe this will be the quote unquote hanging gardens of that dragon in the oasis are planted.
His great, or its great,
Terrarium.
whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or the beginnings of pre this time skip.
Because what I had put in my anything you see in brackets is like my notes for the campaign. So in that last one, I said Hanging Gardens of Babylon, and then it either takes the name or is given the name Estehlal. They rename themselves after the desert. Whether somebody gives them that name or they take it was what I had in mind. Is like this person this dragon becomes the embodiment of the desert. It becomes Estehlal. So is this like the dawning of the golden age? The gardens are planted, the work has been done, and now we wait.
Yeah, I think so. This is the beginnings of that. Not that the rest of the desert is somehow better in any real way, but that there is now a structure and a progress.
The trade routes are probably more secure. The
Mm-hmm.
desert itself is still wild and hostile.
And maybe the dragon brought back with it some of those great
Trees.
whatever those were, those trees, yeah. Some seeds from one
No way.
or some. And plants like a couple, like 3 or 4 in the small territory of the oasis. Because I mean, it's not large, the area, but or maybe more than that. Maybe we can sort of make it flexible to be whatever size it needs to be. But
Well, I like the idea that like we're about to skip a couple hundred years.
right, so it will be
Sequoias live for a long time, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be an absolutely gigantic tree after a couple hundred years.
right. Maybe he plants one.
Like this is the beacon or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to think too that because of the minerals here and that something is like radically different about this tree than the ones in the forest.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
in the environment and
Something
temperature.
changes it. Yeah.
Like the white tree and
In
Lord of the
Gondor.
Rings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be weird because we talked about the moon is poisoning the land.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So
maybe this one, as it grows, it's stunted in a way that makes it like gnarly and more branchy, like a almost like a bonsai.
it's very dense.
But it's very dense and very like windy and twisted with with all those features, even though it still gets unbelievably huge potentially. it's not nearly as like tall and straight as those ones in those.
Mm-hmm.
It walks a crooked path.
Yeah. It's got a much wider and more gnarly growth. And it's not competing in a directly upward, like, because in that forest, all of those trees are competing with each other for sunlight. And so they have to grow straight up and only be so thin so as not to take the territory of the other trees that they would compete with.
Yeah, they're also protecting each other from the wind, which that one doesn't have here either.
Right. So this one's moving in all sorts of directions, branch wise and trunk wise.
I will take these into account.
Cool.
I have a lot of ideas. I think we've gone over this.
Cool.
I love my trees.
I
am.
We had to have one.
Trees are my favorite plant. It doesn't matter what kind of tree it is. I love trees. So you guys are embracing trees.
Well, what if this is, I mean, keeping the kind of that theme of the bonsai tree, what if this is the place that people come to see the dragon, that Estehlal actually rests beneath the shade of this giant tree?
Mm-hmm. That he planted, or she, or they.
Yeah. Typically with dragon, like when I've imagined dragon lore, they transcend gender. You can call them whatever you want, but beasts like that are just that doesn't matter.
Right.
In one of my games, I had a player play an arborist.
I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees.
Shall I roll now?
See how long.
4.
Ooh.
400 years.
So 400 years. 100 years longer than the last skip. So I mean, like, how long? I don't know. How long do sequoias live? Sequoias live. Oh, 3,000 years. Okay. Okay. Giant sequoias can live more than 3,000 years. Okay.
Yeah.
Good God. What is the oldest one then?
That's wild.
Oldest known tree. The Great Basin Prittlecone pine is over 5,000 years old.
Is that the one that is technically? No, I don't think it is.
No, that's
There's
the
one.
biggest one in South America that is actually a fungus that spans like several thousand square miles.
Yeah, it's technically a single organism. Yeah.
Methuselah
Yeah.
is the oldest known tree in the U.S.
A fitting name.
There's a fig in the Middle East that's really old too. All right, there's a giant sequoia in Sierra Nevada, California that is 3,200 years old. Or that was 3,200 years old.
Wow.
Apparently it died. Oh, that was a big tree.
Oh, hey, it was around to see when
nice.
the ancient Israelites came over and became
yeah,
yep.
The American Indian.
It's right around that area too, I would imagine.
Do our characters or civilizations still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone? Here's where we get to put the pedal to the metal. Are they thriving under the reign of their dragon king?
I feel like they would be, and if anything, maybe more people from the surrounding city states have trickled in along with the trade.
We also kind of introduced this as what could potentially be the golden age of this location.
Yeah, so we might actually have structures along the trade route.
Yeah, there may actually be like protection.
Town.
Yeah.
Well, like there could actually be settlements. Not anything of substantial because there's not any resources from it except what's going up and down the trade route. But definitely places where they would have trading posts and
water refilling stations or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. What does it physically look like now? Has anything visually changed? How does it smell? How does it feel? I mean, this tree's got to be gigantic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just in the oasis.
Well, what if they've actually secured the trade, the main roads enough to keep the scarabs off of it, so now they can actually pull things across it when the wind's not blowing, with riding drakes or
yeah.
Like
Can we just say it's the biggest roads? Because I still want this place to be kind of dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like just the main caravan routes. Could actually bring, maybe horses wouldn't survive, but camels or some kind of giant lizards that pull these things along.
Yeah. And I almost like the idea that in a particularly bad clutch of the scarabs, right, in a bad year when a lot of them are there, it still gets overrun from time to time. But for the most part, it's safe.
Back.
How does it smell? How does it feel here? You're probably not any further than visual distance from another town. It's bare and it's flat, so you can see really far, but there are stretches. You can rest every night in a safe place.
It's like when you're driving out in West Texas and you see Midland.
Yeah. Yep.
You think it's just, I'll be there in 30 minutes, and then 3 hours.
Turns out it's actually 150 miles away. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Does it still use the same name? If not, what is it called now, and who calls it that?
Well, now that the dragon has
taken the name,
I think that they probably have changed the name of the place.
Also easier for outsiders to notice.
I almost like the idea that it gets lost, right? Like 400 years isn't long enough really for that. I mean, I guess in modern record keeping it wouldn't be, but like people don't know what came first, the dragon or the desert name 1st, right?
Yeah. And somebody said we're going to Estehlal. Oh, you mean the dragon? No.
Yeah.
So we got to call it something different.
Maybe it's like I'd have to look it up, but I know in Arabic script, in Arabic like a cultural writing, right? There's like al and bin, meaning like from or of. And maybe it's like maybe the dragon is al Escatal, and the desert is just Estehlal. It's like the dragon is of the desert, and then there's just the desert.
That works.
Yeah, I like that.
So the desert is still. Oh, so al means the. So like Al Jazira means the island. So is it the desert, and then his name is just he's taken the name of it, and the desert then becomes Al Estehlal?
Well, what are like some names for Lord?
Oh yeah, Arabic name.
Oh, good question.
Yeah,
like Emir or whatever.
Yeah.
Malik means king.
Don't really roll off the tongue with Estehlal.
Malik Estehlal.
Mm.
Name for prince. Amir is prince. I guess I knew that. Kabir means powerful leader. Sheik doesn't really mean anything. Akim means wise and intelligent. Hassan means handsome. Jamal means good looking. Karim means generous and noble. Omar means prosperous. Salman means protector.
Salman.
Salman.
Yeah.
Salman Estehlal.
He is the dragon is Salman Estehlal.
Yes. I like that.
And the desert remains.
Al Estehlal.
I'll come up with some catchy phrase or something. I like the phrase "and the desert remains."
Is that like a things happen?
It's like a phrase, yeah. And the desert
remains.
Yeah, and the desert remains.
Now, what if some of these other dragons have started emulating Salman Estehlals?
Or have come to swear fealty to them.
Could be.
Or maybe it's even both, right? We don't know how many dragons there are.
Or there's like these other dragons have
There's pretenders.
Established places along the trade routes that don't have the resources that the actual dirt place does, but
Yeah.
they've actually started building like these impressive strongholds or something.
The younger one. We talked about how the younger ones like to move, right? They've come up from the underground and are starting to build for themselves.
Maybe to a certain extent emulating him, but also in competition with who can make the most impressive fortress along the trade route.
Yeah. I like that. All right. That was Mason again, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the gardens.
Yeah.
So it's Dean then.
Begin the new term.
Begin a new term, Dean. You drew a 10.
Are you kidding?
Back to back, the third 10 immediately.
Wow. We got a glimpse of that one.
I like the idea that these 400 years in between, right, are they're this golden age that I just get to relish in as the DM now. Oh my goodness.
Let's see. What's gonna die or will it be lost?
Yeah, someone important or there's a great loss.
Yeah.
Anticipation of problems.
Yeah, or problems.
I'm not gonna kill your dragon, Mix.
Thank you.
Yeah. The temptation is there. That would be a real turning point, from the golden age straight into the
dark age.
Dark ages.
Yeah.
But one of the other dragon lords could be killed and spark
that was definitely
the dragon war.
A reignition of the dragon war on the surface now.
Yeah, I think this is definitely that. Let's see. Does it matter which?
Is this someone important dies then?
Yeah.
Socially? Or I guess politically in this case.
Now I'm debating great loss. No, I don't think it's great loss. I think it is important. So one of the Dragon Lords is finally taken down after, this, what is essentially it's not really a Cold War, but
no, it's been like on and off. It has been There
right.
has been actual violence, but it's rare.
Millennia spanning beef between the dragons.
Yeah. Well, it tracks to me, right? If you are a thing that lives for thousands of years, the fights are going to be powerful and short and few and far between.
Yeah.
They're going to be incredibly violent, but they're not going to last long. And they're going to be sparing because I don't think there's too many non-mortal woundings in a dragon fight.
I think that the Dragon Lord that dies, obviously I'll leave it sort of up to group decision which one particularly, but I think it's definitely someone who is a broker for this overarching piece. Someone close, maybe, to the middle of the conflict.
I was gonna say, maybe is it one of the I don't want to say bad or evil dragons, you know what I mean, but like the
Right.
more violent dragons. It's the one that was the most mellow.
Maybe it's one of Estelal's major supporters.
Yeah, I'm thinking it is like it's one of the bad ones, but not like a.
It's not the sinister villain.
Yeah, it's the the bad one that people sort of look up to as a, he's evil, but he's not like gonna burn down our house.
Kind of like the blue dragons in D&D. They're lawful evil.
Yeah, this one's definitely the one that is gonna kickstart something if he dies.
He was holding back the more violent factions.
Right.
He was the voice of reason on that side, as it were.
And this one was murdered in the same way that lieutenant was murdered.
Oh.
And they're definitely sort of martyrized. Like that's what they're remembered for, right? They died, and everyone blames the other side because no one knows what's actually happening yet. This is the kickstart of the reignition of the war, and so the bad dragons.
We need a new name.
Right. The the evil-leaning dragons,
the violent factions.
Dragons.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the other side adamantly, of course, refuses that obviously didn't happen. And this just
there is more and frequent violence.
It just begins to escalate quickly, like it always has in the past.
Now the trade routes have become more dangerous, not because of the scarabs, but because of the dragons.
Right.
Yeah. Who you trading with, bro? You're not helping our enemies, are you?
Well, or even, they just spilled down into the lower ranks of dragons that are moving around.
Yeah. Yeah.
One dragon's on one side of the caravan, one dragon's on the other side, and they get in a fight.
Yeah. I like the idea that like
farewell for the caravan.
I almost like the idea that like the younger dragons can't do as much damage to one another. They're not as strong. They're not as like they don't know how to use their breath as well. Their talons aren't as deep cutting.
Yeah,
so like they can get in scuffles all the time. Yeah, right. They haven't been learning how to fight for millennia. Yeah.
Right.
They can get into much more frequent scuffles that if you're the size of a dragon, yeah, whatever, you've got a scar now. But if you're the size of a dwarf,
human,
yeah, like there goes the caravan. The entire caravan is just gone. Thousands and thousands of gold worth of goods are just gone.
Who would build a flimsy caravan out of flimsy wood and
idiots.
canvas and all that stuff.
Yeah,
That's just dumb.
Dummies. All right, let's roll these dice.
Am I rolling again?
Yeah.
I think you're the dice master right now.
5. We have.
Oh my gosh.
Just escalating.
500 years later. So does the fight happen? I guess we need to answer that right now. Is the fighting happening for all 500 years? The first question is, do our characters or civilizations still live here? Right? Like, that is the first question is this now just Dragon War land and it's abandoned again? Or is it the Hatfields and McCoys, right? Are there just dead dragons all the time now?
I think the trade routes have to be actively policed by dragons now.
Every caravan has a dragon escort.
It's turned into like a dystopian desert. Papers, please.
Yeah, this is the I was thinking like passenger ships in World War One. Right? The sinking of the Lusitania.
Because the older dragons know what to look for in every form, right? Espionage, sabotage, all sorts. Like they've been around way longer than these silly humans.
But like what I was thinking was like these dragon wars are going on all around this area, but Estelal's faction are just keeping the trade route open.
They're protecting the surface dwellers. Yeah,
that is all they do.
Yeah,
is keep the trade flowing.
And the other dragons are fine with trade because they want things from the outside, right?
Yeah.
More potential power, technology.
Yeah.
So maybe the trade route has become sort of a neutral ground policed by
Estehlal, yeah. Salam Estehlal, yeah. Or Salman,
but there are probably a little less than when it was just free reign because you don't have the like freelancers that are just, you know, 'cause they now have things to lose. It's no longer just will you bear the desert? Now it's will you bear the desert and those dragons?
And all of the dragons, yeah. If I could just, I'm going to step in GM mode real quick. Do we like the idea that there are a lot of dragons and that there is like dragon espionage happening in this area?
Of course.
Like,
yes,
lots of humanoid dragons that act like traitors but are actually, you know, undercover dragon agents. Yeah.
Dragon spies.
All right, I'm just making sure everybody's on board on this because I'm getting really excited about you not knowing. Your character's like showing up, seeing dragon attacks, and then it turns out your contact that gave you the quest is actually a dragon, etc., etc.
Yeah, because they're obviously going to manipulate us.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Sides bidding, and we have no idea.
You're heroes, so you guys are going to be freaking champions, so they're going to want your muscle. You're going to be a proxy in the Dragon Wars.
And we'll want their
Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. All right, second question, does the place still use or no, sorry, that's the third one. What does it physically look like now? Has anything visually changed? What does it smell like? Brimstone. Well, how does it feel here?
Hence.
I think what I would imagine is the closer you get to the oasis, the safer it feels.
Yes.
Right? As you leave that area, it becomes more dangerous, and then once you leave the desert, it's like, okay, whatever. The dragons aren't as active here.
I also feel like the dragon sanctuary is used far more infrequently. Like maybe some of the more lukewarm of either side will go there occasionally to complain, and you know, they're like the
they're like a council that no longer has any power.
I was gonna say they're like the counselors from Star Wars, like the Bail Organas and the Leias that are trying to make a difference in what is soon to become the Empire, but they're the minority.
Yeah. There's this useless senate in the chambers of the Dragon Sanctuary at all times. Smells like brimstone. Brimstone and acid. Love it. Does it still use the same name? If not, what is it called and who calls it that?
Goodness.
There's got to be a separation between the surface and the subterranean now, right?
Yeah, I'm sure the surface probably has a very not so pleasant name for this place.
I'm sure the surface still goes by Escatal or Estetal. I'm imagining that the desert remains the same name, but the underneath is called something
Oh, you're saying okay.
like
I thought you were saying
derogatorily.
the split was between the dragons and the outsiders. But you're saying that the outsiders have two different areas that are named separately.
Yeah, like everybody, I'd say even the dragons call the surface still Estehlal.
Yes, but what I thought you were originally meant was that the dragons call the place Estehlal, and the outsiders have renamed the entire area something else. But you were saying the outsiders still call the surface one thing.
But there's another name for
the
yes. Like where the dwarves and the kobolds and the dragons are, has its own distinct name now, where before it did not.
Something like the Maw.
It's like it's an actual war zone now, right?
Right.
And I like that,
like cauldron.
Yeah, it's talked about derogatorily, right? I like cauldron.
I was thinking something with like cess pit, or just such a gross feeling.
Cauldron is thematically really nice
because of the alchemist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that because of all the trouble that's brewing beneath.
Brewing.
It keeps bubbling up to the surface, causing problems.
Yeah. Cauldron in Arabic is murajil, if we like the mouth sound of that. Keeps the cauldron name for the alchemy tie-in.
What is it in Persian?
In Persian? I don't know. Let's find out.
you.
Oh yeah, you got your dictionary. Let's go.
Right. Hatil.
Hatil.
Yes. If you want a large cauldron, like they would use as baths in the day.
Yeah. Tien.
Tien.
I like the first one because it kind of sounds like you're hawking a loogie. Like you're gonna spit the name out of your mouth. Not to be derogatory towards Persian. It's a beautiful language. But.
Right. No, I get you though.
What was it? Hatil.
Hatil.
What do we think?
I like it.
How do you spell that in Roman text?
Pateel.
Pateel?
Yep.
Patil. Literally, cauldron. I like that a lot. All right.
Apparently in Armenian that means snowflake.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
All these dragons and their feelings.
That's right. Snowflake dragons.
Snowflakes.
All right. I drew the first 4. Scroll up. What is the primary building or natural material of our place? I don't like that one. I'm doing something else.
How bland?
I'm doing something else.
I wonder what it could be. Cheese, maybe?
Cheese for everyone. I think I'm going to tell a story.
Ooh.
The player adopts or invents a storytelling character in-game. Briefly describe them, their name, what they sound like. This may be an old bard, an entertainer on TV, a parent with a bedtime book, or something more abstract like a bird cawing in the morning. Other players may enter the scene as listeners, who may choose to interrupt to ask questions. Roleplay or narrate telling the story. The story that is told is known as fiction or legend, not an actual course of in-game events. However, the stories we tell about our world are as important as the things that happen in it. I'm imagining a grandma around a
Grandmama.
fire with it doesn't have to be her kids necessarily. Maybe she's like a caretaker.
Or she's a village elder.
Yeah, she's like one of the village elders for one of the towns or whatever. And she's telling a story about the cycle of life in the desert. She says like the birds that crest in the rocks. One day, coming down from the sky, a star fell and landed in the top of a mountain. The rock broke open like an egg, and out came a tiny winged dragon. It found itself confused and scared, hot baking under the sun. So it went and found shade. It dug itself underground. Many moons passed above, and the dragon grew. Eventually, it came out and found that it was big and strong. It rose up and built itself a place to sit, covering its head like it remembered the heat when it was young. In its old age, as its scales began to fade their colors, it laid its head down. The stars, shining bright, blinked out by one.
And that can be interpreted however.
Yeah, that's
right?
just
I
that's
mean,
the story she told.
That's the story she told. It's not. Yeah. Oh, interesting.
All right.
All right, Mix.
Come on, Patty.
Yeah, I guess unless you have any questions, as the interrupters.
But who was the grandmother?
Who was she?
Who was the grandmother?
What race was the grandmother?
I think she was a kobold.
Oh.
Of course.
I think she was a kobold.
I'm really, since Dean's talking about running a kobold sorcerer, I'm really thinking about running a kobold druid. Who really thinks he's a dragon.
Oops,
We'll
all
be a
kobolds.
We'll be a
And
couple
one
of
day he
bold
will
gents.
And if we play long enough, one day he will be.
He'll become a dragon. Once he levels up enough, he'll become a dragon. Yeah. I like that. As told by an elderly kobold. So really, she's probably only like 40, but you know, they're kobolds. What can you do? All right, Mix, you got the fourth 7.
Fourth 7. A previous alliance shows crack. There is bickering and infighting. Who is fighting and what are they fighting about?
Uh-oh.
Well, the obvious one is that the alliance that's guarding the caravan route starting to show crack. And there's some bickering and infighting among the factions over territory along the caravan route.
Who could have seen that coming?
Yeah, the dragons that were otherwise loyal to Salam.
Well, maybe he still has a faction that's loyal, but some of these have been they've had their ears bent by these dragons who are warring outside of the caravan. What are you protecting that for? What are you getting out of it?
Right.
Yeah. But now they want what's theirs. So I could see this potentially leading to dragons having multiple dragons having little territories along the trade route.
Yeah, dragons are being dragons. Something, something, something. The scorpion and the frog.
Mm-hmm.
Anything more you want to say on that?
No, I think I'll leave the rest of it for.
Yeah.
Other than there's probably some tolls being charged, I'm sure.
Yeah, got some what are they? Corrupt toll keepers.
Yeah, which this is getting really like my area of the Badlands that I created now.
It's just converging. Mace, you got the second 5. What secrets are kept in our place? Why are they kept? By who and from whom?
But dragons keep secrets. That doesn't make sense.
The dragon overlords have gotten so big they can't leave their lairs. They're powerless. No.
Maybe the secrets are in the form of just how far the sort of I don't want to say alchemical, but the glass blowing technology has gone. Maybe it transitioned at some point, and what the dragons are capable of is far beyond what the cultures were capable of in those previous eras we were talking about.
I see you're reading my mind again, because I have notes in my GM binder about the glass becoming magical because the dragons got involved.
Right. Well, and I mean, with that comes like new practical technologies. Now they have telescopes or whatever more intricate pieces, but also maybe magically enhanced telescopes that can see much farther into the sky. But there's a true core secret. There's one secret discovered by that. So this technology is like highly guarded, so that the outside world, outside of maybe these more powerful dragons, don't have access to it. But what they see at the very limits of what they can see is a new star in the sky. But the star is behaving unusually. It's not staying in its place. It's got, as the years pass, the star has phases. And it's what it is a new moon approaching from deep space. It is just a speck compared to the traditional moon.
Oh no!
You're stealing my. You're looking at my book somehow.
The moons are coming.
You're looking at my book somehow.
Joke's on you. All moons are actually dragon starjammers.
Yep. I have my
It's
third
coming.
bullet in my notebook. Comets or meteors are drawn due to gravitational anomalies due to the moon.
Yep. There's
another
new
new
celestial
moon.
Body.
So what is the secret? The telescopes or the moon that's coming, or both?
Both, but the true secret is the moon that's coming. I mean, the telescopes are a heavily guarded secret, but it leaks out a little bit here and there. The new moon, only the dragons.
Yeah.
Only those.
Only the stargazing dragons.
Yeah, I'd like to think there's like a faction of these scholarly dragons that have withdrawn from the greater war, almost like in a monastery.
Neil deGrasse did Dragons Tyson.
Yeah, that are just devoted to science and research.
I mean, that's basically what gold dragons are, more or less. I like it.
And in this moon, again, it's like only barely visible even through the telescope. So it is a distance away, and who knows how fast it's traveling.
Yeah. They haven't figured out redshifting yet.
Right.
What was you remember the line on Armageddon where he gets to name the comet?
Yeah. Yeah. We were just talking about Armageddon this weekend at my parents' house.
I want to name it after my wife.
All right. Dean, you draw the third 5.
Right. Third 5. There is a union. Is it political, emotional, marital? What is newly aligned? Oh boy. The opposite of what I was going for. And the opposite of what just happened. Let's see. Who would be fun to put together? Maybe this is digging too much, but maybe now is when they... Maybe this is the end of the war.
I mean, it's been 500 years, right?
I think if this is the time to bring it out, maybe it is. So if I can dig a little deeper.
Of course.
It is finally found and discovered that the significant deaths early into the war, along with a lot of unexplained disappearances and murders, weren't conducted by any of the dragons, or at least any of the known dragons. And that original pool is found yet again. Maybe that not so important individual who found it originally goes back, leads some others there, and they find the horrific truth behind the ooze that the plants create. It's not actually horrific, I suppose, in a way. It's just a byproduct. The ooze from the plants is sort of like a life elixir.
Yes.
The reason that it's
yes.
so potent to keeping people alive is it's not just water, right? It actually gives life to things. So that's why a lot of the creatures live so long down here. And that's why after the moon impacted this place, all the things that were dead from that impact, from not only the ground where the moon hit, but also the moon itself, obviously a lot of lives were lost on both sides. Well, the plants have been reviving those things, and they're now a bunch of these not so dead creatures anymore that have been growing and growing for now what are hundreds of years. And the dragons, being well learned and long in the tooth, realize the greater threat of what this is. And so
are they biological again? Or are these like golems?
I want to leave that open to you.
Yeah,
guys, I already came up with the crazy nonsense in my brain.
I was literally thinking that this is animated Earth. This is plants and rocks and gems.
And bone.
And it isn't just people anymore in the flesh and blood. It's people whatever their souls were or whatever now inhabit stone and moss and cactus and.
Or they may even look like or they're skeletons that have moss for skin.
And... Not warforged exactly, but that same these are not automatons in that they are mechanical and lifeless, but they ain't normal people.
Yeah, there's what could remain of their bodies after they died, but also the surroundings.
Raw material that has been infused with life.
Exactly.
Their body.
So who the dragons are united, or the dragons and somebody else are united?
This is the dragons coming together and being like, okay, well, again, we're gonna stop the war for the umpteenth time. We can continue this later. This is a much bigger issue. Because the more of them that die in this war, the more potentially
more stuff. Yeah. You've got freaking dragon Atronox. forming. This is terrifying. Terrifying and
we already
beautiful.
know of at least 2 of them.
I'll remind you guys, yeah, one of the dragon lords is now one of these things.
As well as one of like the greatest
and
lieutenants.
the lieutenant, yeah.
Death Knight dragons.
Yep. Except not necessarily evil in the way that a
no.
Death Knight's evil. He just as terrifying, but not
They're
as
like
dire.
The classic, it's true neutral because it's not.
It's just the Earth.
It's just natural.
It's Swamp Thing from the MCU, from Marvel
one
Comics.
Of the most OP nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. There's a Swamp
Thing. I can teleport anywhere on the planet
and kill anything.
As long as there's plant life.
Yeah, I can kill anything. I can't be killed anyway.
Easy.
Oh, I love it. Alright, I draw the 4th 9. What do we got? New information about a past event is uncovered, casting it in a dramatically different light. What is found, and how does that change how the past is perceived? Do we think it's too far of a reach to find out that the Dragons United find out that this is the moon? They finally understand that this is the moon?
What they're living in?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that
I think that makes a ton of sense.
If they could excavate it, they could spell jam again.
Spell jam.
Well, and maybe part of the context for them thinking about it that way is seeing the new approaching moon.
All of the things are coming together.
The dragons now understand that they're in the moon.
A moon.
They can go back to their previous hunting grounds where they hunted giant woolly mammoths that blasted off into the atmosphere.
Yeah. You catch them like bears catching salmon in the river when they spawn. Just put your mouth out. They'll jump right into them. I love how much space is becoming a theme in this frickin' campaign. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was so left field.
I blame Marshall. Marshall, if you're listening to this is your fault.
Well, usually.
How does it change
Yeah,
how the past
we at least regulated it to the atmosphere in the first one.
Yeah, true.
We never ventured outside the atmosphere.
So the dragons try to keep it quiet, but it spreads like wildfire. Even though they've been here for thousands of years, they are alien in origin. Alright. Mix, third 2.
A major modification is made to the environment of our place. What is this change? Was it made by someone, or did it simply come to pass? Major modification made to the environment. I think with this discovery, they've unlocked some sort of replication resource. The dragons have figured out how to start terraforming the obsidian to actually get stuff to grow on it.
In preparation to flying it somewhere else? For flying it somewhere else, I mean?
Well, I don't know if it was actually, if it's actually repairable enough to fly yet or not.
Yeah, I'm going to guess it's not.
They have figured out how they created resources, like the food replicators on Star Trek.
Yeah.
You know, they had some way of producing vegetation.
The obsidian is the mechanic of the replicator.
Right. so that it actually can produce vegetation. That
The
can
obsidian
support.
is the windmill.
Yeah, exactly. It all
It's
comes back
been,
to the Deus Ex. Yeah,
it's been absorbing sunlight this whole time.
it's like the solar chargers. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that they've actually got like these plants that grow like algae or moss on the or lichen on the surface of the obsidian.
And maybe they're like, is their origin similar to maybe not composition, but origin similar to the origin of the moon plants? Like, is it a type of moon plant that's particularly
I think
farmable
I
and
think
edible?
I think the moon plant was an altered version of this, like a coolant leak created the moon plant.
Uh-huh. Like
But
it's this out of control.
yeah, that's what caused the laugh. You know, they was actually replicating laugh on top of this thing, and somehow or another it got warped into these plants that are oozing this laugh down into the ground.
Mm.
But
I
I,
love how
I
that fits.
but I think it's more the plant laugh is not like rooted like we think about. You know, it's more like lichen or moss growing on top of a rock in real thick layers.
Like a mold. Or no, mold has roots usually.
Yeah, but they're
Never mind. But
usually there's
lichen.
very little. Yeah, like lichen can grow.
Hmm.
Lichen is almost self-sustainable. The,
Yeah.
the the photosynthesis of the plant part of it feeds the fungus part.
Oh right. I forgot lichen was so special.
I've got a big plot beat that I just figured out and I'm writing down. Maybe it'll come up in this game, maybe not. We'll find out. Anything else on that mix?
No,
Alright, so Mace, you got the next 3. I just stacked up the rest of the deck like an idiot. Looks like it's only the second 3.
Okay.
Yeah, second 3.
what do they argue about for fun?
Is it that one again? I love this one.
Mm.
Or you can do one of the other ones
Okay.
if you don't want to describe people bickering.
Yeah, I do like this one a lot, but because
We've kind of lost the plot.
yeah.
Hey, I do want to
And
go back to one other thing about the lichen.
okay.
Not only does it provide a sustainable food source, maybe for livestock or stuff, but it's also an excellent place for scarabs to hide.
Oh man.
Just
So
what we
now the
need.
scarabs are harder to spot. Okay, go ahead.
All good. I'm looking at the Google doc for ground itself real quick. So I'm on 3s. I just want to check because I do think this place is probably rife with conspiracy as well, but
Remember, it's for
I don't.
fun.
Uh-huh.
This one is what do they argue about for fun?
True. Isn't this the one we answered with like the conspiracy stuff in the Noctibel Ghoul?
Yes.
Yeah, we
I
did
think so, yeah.
the sports teams in Vizern's Grace.
Yes. And then we did the different who actually is the Illuminati essentially in Noctibal Ghoul.
Or we could do hockey leagues here. Obsidian hockey league.
I can do the second one pretty easily, I think, because there's plenty for them to. I think it's already kind of obvious that there are some of the topics that they'd argue about. But do you guys mind if I choose the third three instead of the second one?
Oh no, if you really don't want to do that, you can do the style or fad. I'm not.
Okay, cool.
I'm not gonna harp on the rules that hard.
Cool. I'm gonna say that the glass blowing has it both goes in terms of like technological advancement, but also as things get more complicated and can do more, it gets used for entertainment and lifestyle purposes as well. I say they have these like wizard pipes made of the obsidian glass.
They've just got bongs.
No. Like a wizard, like a Gandalf pipe.
Yeah, they're called church wardens.
Produces. Yeah.
But they're smoking
that
like
produces. They put the life elixir in it, and they produce bubbles. It's like viscous and like.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
like
my.
bubbly. They bubble it like a. Like it doesn't create smoke or vapor. It creates like bubbles in the air, like a bubble blower. But having something about, because it's a liquid from space, and it mixing with oxygen in that sort of way creates like this tobacco-y stimulating effect. So it's like they're.
And it's not the styles are not only based on the scent of or the flavor, but also the color of the bubbles.
Right. Like they're really wild looking bubbles because of this substance. And maybe you produce the different flavors by adding that like fungus in there or something. I don't know. That they eat.
Just imagining these 2-foot long church warden pipes bubbling like bubble pipes.
Like they're smoking like a smoking pipe, but instead of the smoke coming out, it's like these beautiful little bubbles of zombie juice.
Goodness gracious. Go ahead and post this picture of Pippin smoking a church warden pipe. Alright. Mason, so Dino. Alright. You got the... What is this? The third 8.
Third 8.
Yeah, that pipe is ridiculous.
Someone or a group of people comes to our place. Who are they, and why have they come? Do they bring anything with them? More people, huh?
Dragons from outer space.
More outer space dragons.
More outer space
just what
creatures.
we need. Just what we need.
Or is this first contact with the bug people who have been so isolated for so long?
That haven't existed this whole half, yeah.
Yeah, it's been
the Thrakreen or whatever.
About 1,000 years. Yeah, it's been about 1,000 years, and they're still in hiding.
It's been 1,200 years. It's been 1,200 years. Because we got 300, 400, 500.
They must be good at what they do.
Maybe
the drow actually dig their way into the moon. Oh, hey!
I mean, the bug people could make an appearance. Maybe it's because they have known about the dangers of this.
Of the ooze.
The ooze.
Are they actually
Obviously, it's
Teenage
not
Mutant Ninja Turtles?
evil, but they're like, oh, hey, you figured it out.
You figured it out. Congrats.
Sweet.
What if when the moon landed, the bugs actually went down? Like into the ground, the dirt that was here before.
Maybe,
and that's how
yeah.
they stayed so hidden.
Maybe
Like
it's their
the-
people that took the big loss of the impact. Like they were just so far down because they were on the side of the moon that impacted.
Oh,
so
like they were on the moon, not that they were on
Right.
the Earth already.
Yeah.
Right. But when
Right.
after impact, when everybody else went to the surface, they went down.
When they go high, we go low.
Yeah, and maybe they've sort of been dealing with the other side of the ooze. Like they're beneath the things that are coming back. And now that the dragons have sort of, coalesced into this alliance, they've pushed through and have found these people who are
Potential
like, oh, hey,
allies.
you too, huh? Well, or are you good?
So that means they've been fighting these things, right? This whole time they've
In
been
the
fighting
background.
up through them.
Yeah, but they have significantly lesser numbers because a lot of them died on impact.
Yeah.
And they've probably had these things as a problem for much longer than the surface.
I also like to think that the bug people have the opposite issue of they don't live that long, but they reproduce.
They reproduce, yeah.
Rapidly.
Let's make sure we're covering everything. Who are they? Why did they come? Did they bring anything with them? Why? So why did they emerge? Because there was less stress on them because now the dragons are fighting them from the top?
Yes.
Love it. Did they bring anything with them?
That's what I'm trying to think of. Some moon technology.
Yeah, right? Like, are these the people from Stargate on the other side of the Stargate? They look like Egyptian peasants, but actually,
of course, yeah. They're crazy, weird technology that doesn't line up with the fact that they live in tribes. Would it be weird to make them like they're a peaceful people? No wonder they had such a hard time getting through.
I almost like the idea, like, did they even fight the ooze?
Maybe,
like,
maybe
they like cohabitated with it.
Right.
There's that race of spider people in Pathfinder 2 that are peaceful spider people from the Mwangi.
Oh, the Mwangi Expanse?
Yeah, they're from the Mwangi Expanse, but they're peaceful spider shapeshifter people. Again, was it Anadi or something like that?
Anadi, yes.
They're like giant spiders that can.
How do you spell that?
Anadi, I believe.
If I just search that in Pathfinder, will they come up with it?
Yep.
Oh, yep. Ooh, they're spiders. Yep.
Yeah, they are.
They're like giant spiders, but they're peaceful.
Peaceful, insular, spider-like humanoids with natural talents for illusion and transmutation. Ooh. Oh, I like these guys. Ooh, these guys are cool.
They are. They're awesome. And they have a lot of cool abilities, but you just don't know quite what to do with it because it doesn't really fit any particular.
It sounds like that's who's down here.
The moon spiders.
The moon spiders, yeah.
Oh, and they look like jumping.
Yeah, they're like colorful. Yeah, with the spring legs.
That's super cool.
These are sick.
I thought they were pretty awesome when I stumbled across them.
I also love spiders, so.
Yeah. Well, these things would be a great feature in a giant desert setting. That would be so cool.
And by God, they don't know how to communicate with us. Right? That's gonna be a major stumbling block here. Oh, this is sick. You don't have to answer what they bring anything now, but
yeah, I mean,
that I think they're gonna bring their entire spider culture. I think.
But with that comes a bunch of knowledge of the moon landscape and probably
And
the
the
elixir,
ooze,
right?
yeah.
Because they're from it. Or they're from the moon, I mean.
Yeah, but you got to remember, as far as the dragons that live hundreds of years are removed from the crash landing, these things that have much shorter lifespans.
They've been here for thousands of generations.
Yeah, so
That's
they
true.
probably remember even less about it
Yeah.
than the dragons do.
True, but
These
I
are
don't know if
basically
this
antithesis societies.
Right. I don't know if this is a feature of these, but in terms of like insects that, or maybe not insects in particular, but things that have such short lifespans tend to have actually greater coordination over long periods of time because they're not as focused on their individual lifespan. They've got like a greater, almost, it's not quite like a hive mind, but a greater momentum heading in one direction that they just participated in for a short period of time.
It's like the greater good, right? They don't understand that
Right.
concept, but it's all they know.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think that they're intelligent,
Another
though.
thing, if these are if these guys are really about community and tradition, maybe their oral traditions have been strictly passed down to where it's actually more accurate than what the dragons have, just because of the importance they put on their culture and heritage.
Yeah, the dragons can manipulate
they have so much
it.
less time.
Yeah, the dragons can manipulate storytelling to fit their end, whereas the spiders have no need to do that.
Right.
And the dragons have a longer lifespan to forget things. Whereas these things hear it, they tell their children, and then they die.
Which, in Pathfinder, the typical Anati lives to be about 80 years old. Which you compare that to a dragon or an elf's life.
Right.
That's a blink of an eye, but.
Yeah.
Not quite a kobold, but.
Yeah, there's maybe been 2 clutches of dragons born in these 1,200 years, but there's been, whatever 1,200 divided by 80 is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least 15 generations. Well, I assume they actually probably be every 20 years, right? If they live to be 80, so 60 generations.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I'm glad we worked the Anati in.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to be introduced to it. Anytime you've got cool Pathfinder lore, throw it my way, because I'm still learning the rules. Let alone the lore.
Yanadi looks sweet. It is true. They look so cool.
All right. It's late, and I did draw the 4th 10.
Oh, perfect time. Is
So
it the final?
It is. It's the final 10.
Wow.
Do we do anything I don't remember. If this was your 4th... Oh, no. We do everything, and then the game is over.
Okay.
What do I pick?
I just posted the link to the ancestries on Archives of Nethys.
We did the gardens, we did the victory, we did the assassination.
The Anati look like little aliens.
They
do.
Didn't
have the spider context.
Are we anticipating peace or looking for trouble? Yep, my next draw, I was going to do a birthday party for
your dragon boy?
For my dragon, yeah.
Oh, that would have been good.
I think I'm doing It is a Resting Day, in anticipation of problems just across the horizon. For problems just across the horizon. And I think that it is... What it goes on to say is, what is believed to be coming, and how do the inhabitants of our place set these problems aside just for one day? I think that the dragon wars, right, have subsided, but now they are in opposition to this new race that they probably knew about, right? And just imagined got destroyed. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they probably imagined that they got destroyed because they were on that side of the planet.
Right.
I mean, like, imagine if our planet crashed into something else and it hit Africa. Like, you would just assume the entire continent of Africa is gone. And then, 2,000 years later, native Africans start climbing out of the woodwork. It's like, oh shit, what?
Who are these people with this weird South African accent?
Yeah, so I honestly I feel like it kind of leads me a good way too to have dragons be antagonists, right? The dragons are taking an antagonistic approach to the spider people for reasons that I guess I can figure out later, but maybe, and I think that's what it is maybe everybody else doesn't know it, but the dragons are plotting. And so the setting their problems aside is literally the dragons like, oh, welcome back, let's throw a party. And like
be great.
unite the spiders and the surface people and them. And obviously everybody on the surface is horrified by the spiders and vice versa. Even though there aren't any hostile tensions, the dragons knew what they were doing.
And maybe the only one with sort of a reasonable mindset about the spiders is not his followers. Maybe they're still skeptical because they're human for the most part, or smaller races that have shorter lives. But that the people's dragon, the desert guardian, does he has a more favorable outlook on the spider people, but because he's just one of many dragons now active.
Remember, he's the only one that's been outside the city limits. Everybody
else.
I had stayed right here and thinks the whole world revolves around this rock.
Yeah, I had in my notes, and I'll share it with you guys because I think it's a good piece of lore that we can work forward. Is that Estehlal knew the true history before everybody else. That's part of the reason that he left. Right? He knew that this was the moon, and he knew that maybe he didn't know that the spider people were there, but like he knew that this was the moon and that it fell. And he was looking for answers.
He's one of the real old boys.
Yeah, he's like he is one of the. We said he was younger earlier on, but maybe he found the history. Right? He dug deep enough and found the history before he left, and that's why he left. So he's going to be this. The dragon spies are still going to be there, but it's going to be the forces of, of Estehlal versus all of the other dragons.
Right. Oh boy.
Estehlal's people are like the Harpers in Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I didn't mean to draw that parallel, but I think that is very similar. They know the secrets. They won't talk about them, but they will work to that end. All right, so do our characters just? Oh, we've got a roll.
Nope.
Timekeeper mix. Flip
One.
the. Ooh.
100 years.
Interesting. So do our people still live here? If not, who lives here? Does anyone?
I think the Anati have more of a presence here than. Well, any of them would be more of a presence than what they had before.
Yeah. Was this a peaceful, not union, but you know what I mean? Was this a peaceful merger? Or are there tensions?
I think there's probably some tensions, but mainly among the dragons. Like they want to keep the numbers down. They don't want swarms of Anati coming up here, but they'll allow them to, come up here in smaller groups and maybe even have a settlement, but not like a civilization.
Oh, I like the idea that maybe the Anati and the dragons are the only ones that know about the ooze, like what it really is. And they're trying to keep that a secret, and the Anati interacting too much and learning the language threatens that secret. I'm trying to think of a reason like why the dragons would be antagonistic in this sense, and maybe that's why.
I think that makes a ton of logical sense.
I want you guys to be opposed to and ally some dragons in this campaign, so.
Yep.
Here we go. Or at least in a future campaign in this setting.
And before we wound up killing,
all of them are the most important ones, or
yeah.
Yep.
It may end up with a naughty druid before it's over.
Yeah.
That would be so cool.
It's happening already.
What does this place
And
physically
hey,
look like now? Has anything visually changed? How does it smell? How does it feel? I think the dragons probably are putting their thumb down more. And Estehlal is fighting against that.
I think they're probably controlling more where these interlopers go. Like they don't want them to see too much.
Yeah, they're corralling them.
Yeah, they kind of keep them contained to the main trade routes and not letting anybody.
So the dragons are back to being secretive then. How like the surface dwellers didn't really know there were dragons down there for a long time. Maybe they are back to cloistering themselves.
Yeah.
It's the idea that like you used to see dragons all the time with the caravans, and now you see Estehlal and maybe his most loyal servants, but that's it.
But if you wander off the beaten path, you
might run into a dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, the Hellraisers.
Yeah, exactly. So does this place still use this name, and who calls it that? I don't think that Estelal's changed. I think it's still Estehlal and Salam Estehlal or Salman. Maybe the derogatory name isn't as derogatory anymore.
I still like that name though.
Yeah. It's not spoken of with venom anymore.
Yeah, it's not spat when it's said.
Yeah. What was it? Patil?
Patil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That bad beef is gone, as it were.
I think it'd be cool if the Anati had like almost adobe-like homes, like carved into the sides of the.
They're all trapdoors.
That'd be the Pueblos, yeah.
Yeah, the Pueblos, not the adobe.
Yeah, the adobes are the ones that build the huts, but yeah, the Pueblos build into the walls.
Yeah. I think that would be a cool spider civilization.
Yeah. After the fourth 10 is drawn, the game is over, no matter the number of cards left in the pile or the stories we had in motion. Windows fog, the clarity of vision we had, and our place is lost. It may feel sudden, but in truth there is never a clean exit. Places go on forever, building narrative by their mere existence. However, just because we cannot know for certain what takes place after our window of time in the game does not mean we cannot make some conjectures. After all, this is a game about long traces over time. By watching our place and with such attention, maybe we have learned to predict what could come to pass. As a group without cards, decide on the following. What happens tomorrow in our place? Who wakes up, if anyone? What do they see? What is the feeling they get from the world? What is this place going to look like when we play here?
I mean, the surface is still the same, right? It's just this enormous obsidian wasteland with the oasis here and there. There's still the monument.
Cooler. It's a little cooler, maybe.
It's cooler.
A little more vegetation. It's lacking, but it's still vegetation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking like shrub size, like when you look out across the desert and you see those low shrubs of mesquite and different things.
And then
there's not really enough soil here for a tree to establish, but this lichen could grow up to maybe 3 foot tall or so.
Just the great rifts and cracks in the ground
that
lead to the.
Those are still there.
Lead to the down below.
Yeah, Andrew, if you go to that link, it's got the playable races or playable ancestries for Pathfinder 2. For this area, you might actually look at the what were they? The Conrasu, shards of cosmic force given consciousness, who construct intricate exoskeletons to interface with the mortal world.
What?
I'm
That's pretty
thinking that
sweet.
that could be what this laugh juice is forming out of the ground, out of the rock and stuff.
Yeah, it's just cosmic force given a form.
And right below that is flesh warps.
Yeah, I hate that one.
Yeah.
Oh, and the poppets? No, thank you.
No, not for the poppet. The Galoma are pretty creepy.
What are the Anati doing? I kind of want just a little taste of like what are they doing now that they kind of like have exposure? Are they trying to get out and the dragons are stopping them? Or are they just kind of like chilling like they have been?
I think they're trying to get out. I mean, they've been stuffed in that cavern for a while, but that being said, they could have been traversing to the edges of this thing over generations, moving outward instead of upward.
And maybe they're way more accustomed to the obsidian. I mean, they're from the moon, and so their travel is actually easier, and it's easier to do things in stealth or without attention on them.
Yeah.
I think the dragons want to limit them coming out, but there's only so many dragons, and there's a lot more of these.
Yeah.
That they can't plug all the holes.
The way that I put it in the text is deep, deep below the Anati are building structures expanding against the straining grasp of the dragons. So I like the idea that they're peaceful, so they're not fighting the dragons, but like they know what they're doing. They're deliberately like pushing, straining the edges of the dragon's limit.
They're like popping up and
yeah, just like showing up.
You know, in areas that are not patrolled.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the dragon flies by there. 2 years later, and
there's a whole city. Yeah,
of a Nadi there. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, exactly. There's just this empty cavern that the dragon's patrolling, and then on his way back, there's thousands of spiders clinging to the walls.
Oh. Well, they also reproduce way faster than dragons.
So. Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
They can afford to make a few settlements that are obviously eventually going to get taken out just to go move another place and make a new settlement.
Mm-hmm.
Their whole thing, one of the big things about them is making temporary constructs or items out of silk.
Oh,
that's really cool.
Like you can actually make a mundane item that you could buy at the store out of your silk.
But it degrades quickly or whatever.
Well, you have to keep maintaining it, and you can only maintain one at a time.
Got it. So it's like the alchemist or the tinkerer in 5e. They can
something like
have
that.
the baubles or whatever, but they're limited. Sweet.